time, 6:01, I'm going to start the meeting. And with that, we're going to stand. Commissioner West, if you'll give us an invitation.
All right. Dear Heavenly Father, we gather here tonight to make some important decisions for our community. Help and guide us as we move through this evening and our decisions, and help us always to be friends. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Wow. Is there anybody left out in the streets tonight? We haven't had this kind of a crowd in a long time. It's nice to see all these faces. So thank you all for being here tonight. I'm gonna make a couple of announcements. First and foremost, I want to, I'm gonna apologize on behalf of the city for the state of our flags. We know that a lot of people have been very concerned about that. And we did not have a bucket truck. I know oftentimes there are no excuses, but we did have an excuse. It was a safety issue and we didn't have the bucket truck. We now have the bucket truck. And as you drive down the road, you will see that they have removed those that are tattered and they have replaced them with new flags and will continue to replace those. We're also waiting for some more flags to come in. As we know, everything's been delayed right now. This in no way has a reflection of how we here at the city feel about our veterans. Our veterans are most important. It's why we have democracy and why we're here today. And so with this being Veterans Week, to all of the veterans here that are amongst the city, the county, the United States, and that are no longer here, we thank you. We thank you, we thank you. And with that, and I also thank you all for just allowing us a little bit of grace right now with that. So thank you. Also, we have a lot going on coming up in this next month. We're going to kind of stall a little bit. Commissioner Banks is on his way, but I had some announcements anyway. We've got starting on, and if I lose any of this or I forget any of it, please, by all means, let us know and we'll be sure to post it. But starting on Thursday, December 2nd, we have the Christmas tree lighting ceremony from 6 to 8. That's going to be in Eagle Lions Park. That's with the Crescent City Venture Corps and the Purple Plum Players. We hope everybody will come out. I believe Commissioner Burton, they're going to have hot chocolate.
Yes,
and
hot chocolate cookies. We have a decorating table for the kids to decorate their own cookies and popcorn, and just a real nice time. So I hope everybody does come out.
And with that, that's going to kick off that weekend of holiday, because we'll also have the Lions Club is sponsoring their 10th annual Christmas in the Park. And that will be December 3rd and 4th, also in Eva Lions Park with, I'm told, a parade down Summit Street beginning at noon. I believe the Lions Club is going to be here to give us an overview. We also, the Yacht Club is going to have an event that same day down Central Avenue, and they will have vendors as well. And they will have the fireworks starting at, is it dusk?
Yes.
Okay, at dusk. So we'll have fireworks again. And if anybody was here last year, it was just a really great event and just kicked off the whole holiday season. We also have the Christmas Bazaar Silver Tea, which is going to be Saturday, December 4th, that same day at 9 to 3. And that's at the First Presbyterian Church. And it's having cookies with Santa. And I guess that's going to be, Santa's going to be there from 9 to 11. Is that correct, Commissioner DeVito? Are you involved in that one?
I'm very familiar with it.
Okay.
Yes, it's a Christmas bazaar. There are crafts for sale and there will be piano music during the day.
Okay. And then I've also been told, although I don't have a flyer on it, that the Women's Club is doing their craft sale also that day on the 4th. So, boy, everybody better take their energy pills because we have a lot going on. But isn't that exciting? Isn't that exciting that the city has this energy and that people are putting so much effort into it? So please make sure you come out and you support that.
There's just one thing over there.
Yes.
The C Squared VC, that's basically Crescent City Volunteer Corps. We also will be having a Santa Claus. There's only 2 Santa Clauses this year. One in Eagle Lion Park for the children, and one over by where the yacht club is for our dogs. And they will be there for pictures being taken for your dogs between, I think the hours were between 10 and 4, I believe. So that should be a lot of fun. And so make sure you come.
So there's something for everybody,
Everybody.
including their pets.
Yes.
Including their pets. Okay, and then again on Monday, November 22nd at 6 p.m. at the Cube, which is also the South Putnam Church, or as some know it as the YMCA. The county will be hosting a public meeting there to discuss the ARPA funds. That's the American Rescue Funds that the county received. And so they will be there on the 22nd at 6 p.m. and ask that anybody that's interested in that to please come out. So with that, I think those are all the announcements. We've got this last week, as most of you know, we had our Main Street presentation by Mr. Rudd, and we had a great showing, and we had at least 18 people that signed up to be volunteers, which again, that's encouraging, very encouraging. We also had a strategic planning meeting with the residents, and then tomorrow at 4 o'clock, what time? 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Glad I asked. At 3 o'clock tomorrow, we're going to have a strategic planning meeting here with the city commissioners. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get started. And yes, ma'am.
Just a little more, could I just say one more thing about the downtown partnership? It's my understanding that our city manager has meetings scheduled for the different committees that are going to be taking place starting this week. And it's also my understanding that the downtown partnership has a Facebook page, and I think there's a notice about that if you go to the city website. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So if you're interested in participating and you haven't got signed up yet, go to the city website, look for the notice about downtown partnership Facebook page, and then you can find out when all the meetings are, right?
Correct.
And I think you probably will get a little more, do a little more in-depth during your comments later on in the meeting too, maybe about what time. Okay. We also, for those of you that enjoy Facebook, we have now since captured our Facebook page again. We have access to it. So please make sure you view it and like it. And we're keeping that updated, and that's a good opportunity for you to go in and find out what's going on in the city. So, okay. And with that, anybody else have anything else that they want to announce about good stuff going on here in the city? Okay, let's get started. We're going to do the first on our agenda is we have approval of minutes.
I'd like to make a motion to
Okay.
approve the minutes as written with the corrections that were made.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Minutes passed. Thank you very much. Our next one is going to be the progress report from Inspired. But before we do that, I do, commissioners, you have in your package the Clarion, where they have given you the report that we've requested on a monthly basis. We asked that, discuss that possibly at this meeting, we would determine whether or not we wanted them to come in person or if that Clarion report was sufficient. So does anybody have any comments on that or any thoughts?
I have a comment about it.
You have a comment? Okay.
I looked at their report and it occurs to me, we're having quite a bit of work done for us on contract. And for Clarion and anybody else who's doing work on contract, That was a general report, but I think it would be nice to get a kind of a bill that actually describes the work done. You know, like if you hired an attorney that gives us an idea of what hours did they work and roughly what did they accomplish in those hours? Because this is still kind of PowerPoint style.
Charles, you want to?
I would like more specificity.
I can talk to them about that. And see if how they can figure out a way to quantify that for us. It's sort of ongoing as needed.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to track that, but I'll have a conversation with them and see.
I mean, we don't want to make it, you know,
Right, but I mean, if you have an accountant or any other professional, they usually send you a statement that says pretty much when they worked for you and kind of what work they did. I mean, that's pretty normal in the world of accountancy.
Yeah, I'll have that
we'll
conversation.
talk to them about it
Yes.
and see what they can provide for us. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, do you want to go to the Inspire? Do you want to?
Yes.
You want to introduce that, please?
Oh, this is, you had requested an update, as we had with Clarion from our IT contractor, Inspired Technologies. We asked them to come present us really with what was proposed, what has been done to date, and then what's still remaining. In addition to the, we have a monthly IT services, in addition to that sort of initial upgrade of our system. So we have a representative here from Inspire to provide you with the update.
Hi, thank you.
My name is Corbin Digman. I work for Inspired Technologies. We do IT for the city. So I kind of have a rundown of the list of all the things that we've done. So we started with the city in the beginning of June. And we had a lot of different things that we talked about initially. But some of the main things that we've done so far is we've done an entire email migration for the city. So we've gone entirely from the web-hosted email product that you guys had provided through the previous website provider. We migrated to the government data center for Office 365. So the entire city is on the government version of Office 365. So that's hosted by Microsoft. And upgraded all the Office suite for all the employees for the city. We deployed a new server for the city. So the old server was starting to degrade, and the hard drives are starting to go. So we acquired a new server, we got that operational, and then we migrated a lot of the applications that were on there as well, Edmunds being a big one. So that was one of the big applications that the city uses for a lot of the different services that they do, and we helped migrate the vendor software from the old version to the new version. We've installed antivirus and patch management for all the computers in the city. There's a hodgepodge of different applications, services that were running on all the different computers. We've upgraded all of them to a central managed enterprise antivirus software. And then along the same lines with the website, there was website consolidation. One of the first things we found is the city was actually running 2 different websites at the same time, in addition to not being able to manage the Facebook page. So we consolidated the websites. That saved a good bit of money for the city. And then, like I said, we moved off the email platform that we had before, and then helped take over the Facebook page for the city. So we installed a new firewall. So the city did not have a firewall at that point in time, and that's pretty critical regarding access, technical access to all applications for the city, in addition to remote access and any penetration can happen. We ran into a couple of issues troubleshooting with the internet service providers. The internet that the city was using was a very old version of internet and how they're handing off all the data transmission to the city. So we're still in the process of working that out. We finally have all the contracts taken care of. That's going to be one of the things we talked to Mr. Rudd about later in the week, is getting that squared away, and that will finalize the firewall installation and allow remote secure access for any city employees that need it from outside, which the city has not had up until this point. We've replaced all the core infrastructure inside the building. So we've replaced all the switches, that wireless access points. We've redone some of the cabling, and we've so far reinstalled about 8 of the computers of the 16 that are present in the city. We've acquired 8 more, and so it'll be a full hardware refresh for the entire city. And those are ongoing. I think we have a couple more later this week. It should be wrapping up here shortly. Like I said, we replaced the wireless for the entire building so far. The wireless that was in production was a bunch of residential routers that are okay for your house, but not from a security standpoint, not adequate for a municipal entity. So we've replaced all those with a centrally managed wireless access plan. And then one of the big things is we ended up getting a new backup server in place. The city was doing local backups to a USB drive inside the premise, and that's from a security standpoint and also from an infrastructure standpoint, a pretty critical mishap. So we were able to get a new backup server in place so the backups are encrypted both locally, and then we send it cloud-based as well. So we have all the backups stored offsite too. So that's what we've done so far. A lot of things I kind of breezed over. So if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. And I told Mr. Rudd that we'll send a summary after the meeting so that everybody can see that. And if you have additional questions later on, we'll go further.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I also just wanted to mention that part of the service is just having an IT person in several times a week, and it's just been a tremendous asset with something going on. We don't understand what's wrong. And Mark has been there, had a great attitude, and it's just been keeping us running from a technical perspective.
Mark really has. Please tell him that how appreciative we are of his attitude. He always has a smile on his face, even when you hand him his computer and say, "Oh, just fix it." So, commissioners, do we have any comments?
I think you haven't done very much.
The list is too short.
The list is way too short, actually. I'm really impressed with what you've done so far.
I appreciate it.
Commissioner DeVito, do you have a comment?
Sure. Well, thank you very much. This is a lot of work. I'm glad to hear it. I would like to see the written summary. And again, I didn't want to say it before you spoke because I wanted to give you the chance to speak. But as well, just like the contract with the accounting firm, to me, it would be nice to see kind of a statement of the work done, and particularly the equipment purchased. Because just by the checks that have gone through, it seems to me that we've purchased a little more than we originally expected to. So a narrative about that would be very helpful. And then just out of curiosity, because I have no idea what the costs of these things are, you mentioned that you saved us quite a bit of money with the website consolidation. Thank you very much, because that sounds very strange. What is the ballpark that we save by doing that? How much do we spend on a website?
I was not involved in any of the financials of that. I was just with the technical consolidation for that. So that would be something that we have to talk to the financial
Okay,
side.
that's fine. I know all this technical work is getting very compartmentalized, but thank you very much. And I'm really glad that we have so many people here who are able to hear the progress. It sounds like a lot, much more secure.
Good deal.
Thank you.
And so you're going to say that we are definitely secure at this point in time,
Yes.
much more so than we.
It's never bulletproof, right? But yes, significantly more so than before. It was slightly concerning.
It's okay. You can pull the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, it was quite concerning before. Yeah, we made leaps and bounds. That the security and the backups were two of the core things that we tackled first thing. Like I said, that was one of the big bullet points that we wanted to knock out pretty quickly, regardless of the state of the infrastructure itself. So that was one of the first few things we knocked out the first couple of weeks we're here. Mr. Leary at the time was quite helpful with getting basically anything that we needed in that time frame from a security standpoint to get all that stuff squared away. So we've knocked all that out. We're pretty good from a security front. And like I said, now at this point, we're kind of cruising along with some of the lesser items on the agenda, getting some of the older computers replaced, making sure that all the wiring in the building is done in time of action. So we're certainly making progress.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we've got a law enforcement report. Captain Usry. Before you get started, I do want to thank you and the entire sheriff's office staff for everything that they did for our children and for the parents last weekend.
Yes, we were speaking of trunk or treat.
Trunk or treat,
Yes,
trunk or treat.
It was actually, we went about an hour over what we had planned, and I know you spoke about that because the kids normally take to the streets after that
Yeah.
once they get done there. And we ran about an hour over, and we actually had to take a patrol car at some point at the end of the line with a sign on the back of it that says end of line. We would have probably been here all night. So that was a lot.
You probably would have, but I have to say that the amount of people that came out and enjoyed themselves, and I know it was a long wait, But, it was the first time. We always learn from from our first event.
Right.
But it was a tremendous success. Everybody is still talking about it, and I know up and down Prospect. And also, when it was over with, I appreciate, I was out there and I watched from the house how gently you moved people along. That was noticed. It was noticed that it was just a very subtle, very gentle, okay, the evening is over, everybody go home, get ready for school tomorrow, parents deal with your children with too much candy. But we thank you, for all of your efforts, so. And with that, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you for being here, and hello to everyone. And obviously, thank you for the big crowd here. It obviously shows that you have a city of concern. So I'll start off with some of the most significant events in Crescent City. I know you're probably going to have a lot of questions about some of these. Understand that these cases are very sensitive, and there's some information that I'm not going to be able to reveal to you. There are still active investigations. So I'll try to give as much detail as I can, and then some answers I'm just not going to be able to relay with that. Start off with the homicide. Start off with the homicide at 108 Cedar Street. Deputies responded to a stabbing at this location. Once deputies arrived, they found the victim there. He was stabbed numerous times. The victim in this, Earl Addison, was quickly transported to the hospital. He succumbed to his injuries before getting to the hospital. The suspect in this case, Mr. Hector Gonzalez, was located a short distance from this residence. He is now in custody, and I believe he was charged with second-degree murder. So I don't know what all kind of details I can give you on that. I can say that there was an altercation between the two. And in that altercation, the suspect ended up stabbing the victim, and he subsequently died from his injuries. They were acquaintances. I know there were some questions if he was from Interlochen. Yes, he was, but they still knew each other, and he did in fact come from Interlochen to Crescent City when the altercation occurred. Any questions on that one? Again, it's an isolated incident, and the suspect is in custody on that. He was arrested within minutes of the crime. The second one we have is 221 Cedar Street. I won't go verbatim on this because there's a lot of details in this. We've had several individuals. Actually, I left the commission meeting and went by there and seen these individuals in the front yard and had a little bit of conversation with them. About 45 minutes after I left, another group came to the residence to approach one of the victims in this about an argument that they had. And at some point, what was called a shadow, an unknown person, came from a street over, started firing shots at our first victim. One of the other victims who was actually struck claimed that he was sitting in his house on the couch, had nothing to do with it, came out and closed the door. When he comes out the door, he feels a sting in his arm and sees he gets hit in the arm. He was refused rescue from there for his injuries, so the injuries weren't that bad, but he was still shot. One of the problems we had in this case is the two parties that was there that got into the argument, they all knew who each other were. It was obvious they knew who each other were, but nobody wanted to tell us who they were. So that's one big hindrance in law enforcement, is when you have victims who has the information for us to get that crime solved, and they just won't give the information up, is a really big hindrance to us. That is still an open investigation. That's really all I have on that one.
Commissioners, any questions? Good, okay.
404 Central Avenue, the Ace Hardware was broken into. I've got some updates on it. We do not have a suspect at this time. Deputies responded to two individuals that were seen on the property. They were there within just a few minutes, and the suspects had already left. Once deputies got on the property, they confirmed that a burglary had occurred. And at first they thought that there was a drill or one of the cordless drills was missing from there, but they later found that the next day, and then found out that there were two walkie-talkies that was missing. That was the only thing there. We don't have any leads on this case, so that's where we stand right now. It's still an active investigation. The Baja Taco burglary at 209 Summit Street. The suspect in this one was seen, they had some very good video this time. Suspect was seen going through the window and taking some cash out of the cash register. He was arrested the next day. Once we identified him on the video, deputies went and picked him up on Cedar Street.
On Cedar Street. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Captain, with respect to the Central Avenue and Baja, the Ace Hardware and the Baja Taco
Yes,
burglaries,
ma'am.
do you have any idea what time in the 24-hour period this occurred? Like, was it night, day? We
It was
don't-
at nighttime.
Both of them?
Yes, both of them.
Okay, and then is this a second Baja Taco business burglary, or did we hear about that last month?
We did. We heard about that one last month.
Okay,
It
so
was the
this is,
same, it was the
same
same motive. It was the same motive. He done the same thing. However, we suspect somebody else is doing that. We just can't prove it.
okay, so, but they've been burglarized twice.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
But they were not on the same, this Baja and Ace was not done the same evening.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they were not done the same evening.
Total different case. We'll move to the next slide with some highlights. This is just a few things. I just picked a few things that the guys done that was kind of exceptional, that they went above and beyond their regular duties to do some traffic stops and make some good arrests. The first one I'll talk about here was Deputy Corey Feldbinger. He's seen a female driver out on Huntington Road, did a traffic stop on her, goes up the car, he gives her a fake ID, he starts getting suspicious about her. She ends up taking off in the car. He tries to catch back up to her to do a traffic stop, but then traffic stop again. He then sees that the driver is fleeing from him, so he disengages his pursuit. With the tag number information, he went to the house where the vehicle was registered and ended up finding the owner of the car. It was not the driver, but he identified who the driver was, and that was Miss Rochelle Mims. And she ran because she had a bunch of warrants for her arrest. And they basically waited till the next morning, in the wee hours of the morning while she was asleep, and she is now in custody. So since I wrote all this up, we've since taken her to jail. The next one was a traffic stop at Winn-Dixie. Deputy Mike Nunez conducted a traffic stop where you can see he took a significant amount of methamphetamine, pills, marijuana, and a lot of drug paraphernalia out of the car. Both of those individuals were arrested. The reason their names aren't in this is still an active investigation, so I didn't want to really reveal their identity. The next one I have here is North Main Street. Again, Deputy Feldbinger again sees a car speeding down Main Street. He does a traffic stop on the car. He doesn't run, but he doesn't stop immediately. And then he pulls into somebody's driveway real quick, jumps out of the car and chases on. So he chases the individual across 4 or 5 yards, jumping fences and whatnot, and finally took him into custody. And he had no reason to be running. He was just running because he didn't want a citation.
That was it. Now he's got a whole heap of problems.
Excuse for him, huh? Traffic crashes look very good. The one that sticks out to me is the vehicle where the golf cart was rear-ended here at Central and Summit. No injuries reported with this. Basically, the gentleman, as he turned out of to make his turn, the golf cart wasn't going fast enough or slowed down or something happened there, and he wasn't paying attention and looked back up. He bumped into him. The first one you see here at Cherry Street, that was just a residential in the driveway of the resident, somebody backed into a car. And then the Myrtle and Summit Street, very, very minor crash, and that was a self-reporting crash. We do those when the damage is very minor and there's no injury. There's no reason to do a report when the cost of the damage on the vehicles is at a certain level. This is the total calls for service in Crescent City. Now, this is to include everything. That's all your traffic stops, your suspicious vehicles, your burglar alarms, your 911 hangouts, that's everything included. And that, you have to take the 76 and the 3 from it because those were self-initiated. So the actual calls for service would be the 76 from the 208 would be the actual calls in Crescent City.
Any questions?
The traffic stops are way up. So,
Yes, sir. Traffic stops, yeah. Thank you.
any questions?
Any questions on this?
Good job.
I did that, I got just a couple more things.
Yeah, this isn't, we'll give you a chance during public comments.
Give you an update on the animals that are passing away in Crescent City, the issue that we were having
Mhm.
a few weeks back. I've been in contact with Dr. Stern finally. It's been rough getting a hold of him. Actually, the number that I had was the wrong number to the wrong guy, and he actually got me in contact with Mr. Sherman.
Okay.
So I actually spoke to him, and he said he is still awaiting the toxicology reports on the animals to see if there's any toxins in there that will be related to being poisoned or anything like that. So, other than that, that's all I have.
Is that- Commissioners, do we have any questions? Anybody have any questions of the captain?
Good job.
Thank you.
I do have one question. A resident asked me, and this is for anybody in the audience that might need to know, if they put in a security system, it needs to, I guess, be registered with the sheriff's department, correct? Who
That
do they
was-
contact?
I'm not familiar with that. That was an old, I think that was an old thing where they came out and when you guys, I guess at some point you must have done fines, and that's why you wanted to know who they were, but that no longer exists. The
Okay.
sheriff's office responds to all calls for service, and
So
if it's a burglar alarm, it's, we're gonna respond to it. We
they're
don't do it.
tied into it, so he doesn't need
We
to
don't need to
register
sign.
anything.
No,
Okay, I
no.
just wanted to make, he wanted to make sure. I told him we no longer did it, and I just wanted to make sure that he
Your
did.
alarm company should call the
Your
sheriff's
alarm
office.
company, okay.
I'll give you some info on that. We had to register them, and if you had 3 false alarms, then you started getting fined.
Yes, we don't do that.
Okay. With that, is there anything more? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on to, do we have anybody from the Crescent City Lions Club that is here?
Yes, you do.
Okay, okay. You want to come forward?
Angel is coming.
Don't want to update on Christmas in the park.
No.
Not yet, not yet.
Yeah, you're next.
You're next. You're next.
Good evening, to the commissioners and city manager.
If you'll just introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Angel View, 404 North Lake Street, the beautiful city of Crescent City, Florida. It is so wonderful to be here again, that I'm also here. As I've attended this meeting for obvious reasons and things, but however, it is so pleasing to see everyone's face, and we're here to speak to you about one of our most spectacular fundraisers, and that is the Crescent City Christmas Festival in the Park and Celebration. But before I get into the overview of our event, I would like to introduce you to a very special person who is our governor of our district 35L. It's Lions International, his name is Governor Robert Wright. And I would like to introduce him to you because you hear us talk so much about Crescent City. And he is the man behind the scene that drives us and pushes us even when things are bad. Even when you're sick, you can't get on bed, even that long talking to you. So I thought it was so important that he introduced our unique team here, whom is just as unique as our Lions team. May we please introduce Mr. Robert Wright.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, thank you.
It's good to be here. And some of you know about Lions and some of you don't. Lions is the largest service organization in the world. We just celebrate this year our 104th anniversary of Lions. We are in over 200 different countries. We have a total of 44,700 Lions as members. In this brochure, we talk about the different things that Lions cover, diabetes, vision. Everybody think about we collect eyeglasses. Yeah, we do collect eyeglasses. But the eyeglasses we collect, we cannot use them in the United States. So we take those eyeglasses and refurbish them and take them to third world countries. You'd be surprised how many people have not seen their parents or their child in 5 or 10 years until we give them glasses. The way we operate, take the club here in Crescent City. If somebody in here came in and said, well, I need cataract surgery. As long as you meet the requirements That cataract surgery can cost you $6,000 or $10,000. One thing, the Lions Club will pay $200 and you get your eyeglasses fitted. Good example, we had a young lady in Navarre County. She needed a hearing aid. Well, her father was in the military, but the military would not pay that for that hearing aid. So once she left school, went home, she could not communicate with her family. So I got a phone call and said, we need a hearing aid for this young lady. I said, how much it costs? They said $6,000. I picked up the phone, I called the multiple districts, there's 4 multiple districts. I'm in L, I, O, and N. In 7.5 days, I had $8,000 in my pocket. We bought the hearing aid, took it to the young lady. And this job, you cry sometimes. Just to see that young lady talk to her parents and her 3-year-old brother, I shed a tear. Or this grown man not afraid of crying. I like to see a lot of different things. The other thing is that we can give you 100 service ideas that you write in the community. But I tell people, don't forget this piece of paper, because you're the one that drives in between you and your community on a daily basis. You'll see somebody that needs the yard cut. You need somebody that needs trees taken care of. And if you're aligned, all you have to do is put on your pen or put on the desk and go out there and help that individual. Go back to your club, tell your club secretary, I did 4 hours. She turned that 4 hours into Lions Club International. The more hours you turn to Lions Club International, more people give out Lions Club donation. This year so far, we have done 275 cataract surgeries. Over $10 million so far. So that's the way we operate. You give to Lions Club International, we give it back to the community. The other thing that we do, we got something called the Lions Quest program. It's social emotional learning. Who would have thought last year when the pandemic came that now you got to school your own kids? What that did to you? It caused a big impact. What do? We have a program that helps parents and have kids with social emotional learning. We have another program that help you with drugs. Anytime that you need a briefing about drugs, get over to Angel, get over to me, and I'll set it up. The other thing that talk about vision. If you need a screening, contact me. Come down and do a vision screening for you, especially kids from 1 to 6 years old. You don't know whether they have lazy eye or not. If they get past 6 years old, they may go blind. So these are the things we do. The other thing we do, diabetes retinopathy, the camera. Take a picture of your eye, and if you're diabetic, make sure it's taken care of. In Jacksonville.
I understand.
Well, good point of order. I hate to interrupt, but it is very warm in this room for reasons we don't understand. And we have about 20 or 25 people here to speak on various issues. They each get 3 minutes. I'm very concerned that we're going to get too warm in this room.
Commissioner DeVito, thank you very much. Karen, would you go check the temperature? It is, I know you turned it down. Charles did, okay, I know you turned it down. And we do have we were just trying to be, I was trying to
Thank
be
you.
gracious.
Thank you.
We appreciate you taking the time to travel here to Crescent City. And we know the Lions Club, that, you know, the importance that they make in a community, and we'd like to see more of it. So thank you.
Yeah, this is a short trip. I just go over to Pensacola.
That's not a short trip. I know, that's not a short trip. So we appreciate your presence.
Thank you very much. Now, moving forward to one of the most exciting and spectacular events in Crescent City. This is our 10th anniversary of the Crescent City Lions Club festivities and parade. And this year it's going to be sufficiently different because we look at the diversity in our community. We look at the separation of various race, creeds, and colors. So this year we decided to focus on that with our activities. So we're kicking it off on Friday, 3rd of December, where we have a gospel hour. I mean, it's gospel packed. three of the most riveting gospel groups here in Putnam County. And Crescent City actually will be performing. So we decided to have ministers of different nationalities speaking different languages up on the stage, talking about what unity and inclusion means. That is our theme this year. And our focus is on the young kids. So we have about 150 kids that will be in the parade. Many will be on the stage dancing, praise dancing, and other types of activities. Then we kick it off with that. Then Saturday morning, we introduce our Mexican community to us. We will have our Mexican council here, just to speak to the people at large about who they are as a community and how we all can get involved and work together. And that's when we kick in up with the gospel singing as well as jazz. And we have a group singing, all nationalities singing silent night, holy night at the end of the event. Can you imagine that sound with different nationalities, with their languages, singing silent night, holy night? 12 o'clock noon on Saturday is the parade. You have the flyers there. It doesn't cover all of the details, but it gives you an idea as to what we are planning to do. And also in that parade, with people of all nationalities and all cultures. And our famous Crescent City band will be there to kick it off. We have police department, sheriff's department now. And the firemen, the usual exciting things that kids love, along with agriculture. We have horses, we have trucks, and all kinds of exciting things for the kids. So we have vendors out there in the park all day on Saturday. Arts and craft things and food vendors. So just to give you a brief overview in 60 seconds, as they call it. That is what we have planned. We do hope that you come out and join us. We do hope that we can all celebrate together along with the yacht club along Central Avenue. And then the evening before the Purple Plum Playhouse. I think it's going to make for a very dynamic weekend here. We all will do everything we can to promote each other. And I thank you for your time.
Okay. Well, if you'll just wait just 1 second, let me make sure that no commissioners have any questions. Any commissioners have any questions? Are you, I do, are you working with the high school as far as the marching, the band? I mean, are they gonna be in the parade? You have, I'm sorry,
Ms. Jolene is the band director.
okay,
She's already confirmed. We have ROTC, work with President Tim Adams, who I used to work with at the middle school. He's organized some other groups from the high school. Dr. At the elementary school. He used to be in high school.
Dr.
Shelby.
Sure.
Yes, Shelby. A lot of kids that's gonna be in the parade. We have the Mount Pleasant Church out in Georgetown. They're bringing in kids. We have local churches here bringing in kids and schools. And Santa Claus, how can you forget Santa? Santa has already collected about 200 gift bags, and we stuffed those gift bags with different items. Perhaps the city may be helpful in helping us stuff those gift bags for the kids. I'm not sure this, I almost forgot. The bike giveaway. To date, we've collected 19 bikes. Our goal is to do 25, 25th day, 25th day of December. I think we're going to surpass that. The bikes are coming in, and people are calling in, because we get so many toys. So we want to give them something more meaningful that is used and free of bike club. So that give you a little more. And I'll be remiss if I didn't introduce and say hello to Mr. Moreno, who's here. He's from the people who organize the Mexican Council to come here to speak to us. And we also have our staff who Ashley, she is Special Olympian, and we are participating in the parade this year because Lions Club International is a sponsor of the International Special Olympics.
Special Olympics. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
We appreciate it very much. Thank you. Okay, and then right now we have an update on the Arbor Day celebration from the Women's Club.
Hi, it's Pat May, and I'm really wearing two hats.
Okay.
As a member of the tree committee, Crescent City Tree Committee, working on the Arbor Day celebration, and as the conservation chair of the Crescent City Women's Club. The Women's Club in the city are partnering again to sponsor this event to be held January 22nd on the big grassy, area behind the Women's Club on Prospect Street. Celebrating Arbor Day every year is necessary to maintain our status as a tree city, which we have had for 15 years. The Women's Club will provide food to buy in the clubhouse, use of their parking lot and the field. The city will be requested to purchase and plant a tree, as they have for 15 years, on city property as a symbol of reforestation and the importance of trees to our environment. The county forester has no money in his budget to provide trees for a tree giveaway exchange. So we will be requesting a contribution from the city to buy tree seedlings in 3-gallon pots, which will be given out in exchange for food contribution to Christian Service Center. Last year, we presented 300 pounds of food to on that effort. Other organizations will be having booths, including Master Gardeners from the Agricultural Extension Office, Keep Putnam Beautiful, the William Bartram Trail Conference, and the county forester will hopefully be there to give advice about planting those seedlings, those hopeful seedlings. And we have other activities planned, photo and art contests, literature and science contests, possibly games for children, everything tree related. So that's our update.
I'm sorry, Pat, I missed the time. What time does it start?
Did we talk about that? Nine?
Well,
Nine?
last year it was 11 to 1.
Yeah.
Last year was 11 to 1. So
That's what.
Okay.
Any other questions?
And you're gonna have the plants like, you're asking for the plants like last year where they were already in the pots and potted, okay.
Yeah, that's our wish, and so I guess we'll be asking the city for.
I guess you'll be coming to the December, okay, we'll put that on the December agenda. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Lot going on in the city, a lot going on. Okay, with that, at this time, I'm going to open up for public comments. But when I ask for public comments, I do want to ask that your public comments right now at this time are for anything that is not on the agenda. We're going to give you plenty of time if you have comments on anything on the agenda. So this time, if you have any comments that are not on the agenda, and keep in mind, this is just for on the record. It's not that the commission is to respond back. But this is just for you to be able to come up and speak and put it on the record. So with that, we're also going to limit it to 3 minutes. I ask that everybody be respectful of that and not make me use that gavel. I don't like to use the gavel, but I'm getting better at it. I'm getting better at it. So please, Karen's going to take care of the time clock. It's right there in front of you. If you'll come up, say your name and your address. Okay, do we have anybody at this time that would like to speak? Well, that was, oh, we do, okay. I'll say, I think that was almost the quickest public comments we've ever had.
How you doing?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman, 407 South Main Street. I'm not sure this is on the agenda, but I heard it was not. I came to you guys about a couple months ago and told you guys that I was struck by a vehicle while I was mowing my lawn. And from what I understand, there was talk about the speed bumps, but some folks said they didn't want the speed bumps because it brings ugly signs and all that kind of thing. My thing is, you can put all the ugly signs you want at 400 block of South Main Street if it's going to save somebody's life. We had an incident weekend before last where a person almost mowed down a woman's kid while he was riding a little motor scooter. So something has to be done. You can put all the ugly signs they want down at 400 Main Street. If it's too ugly and nobody want to come down it, I don't care. So I'm just concerned about the folks in the community. Everybody in this room is a part of, every one of you is a part of this family, this Crescent City family. So to hear of someone getting struck by a vehicle or something like that, it brings it home. So I just want to make sure I keep it on everybody's mind to consider the speed bumps or whatever we have to do to control the speed in this town. It's really gotten out of hand. So that's something I have to put. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is definitely the forefront of our conversations in our minds. And I know that we are speaking to the sheriff's department about it, and we're also working as far as looking more at these speed bumps and what we need to do for some traffic calming. So it's not falling on deaf ears. Please know that. Sir, you wanted to say something earlier when you did. Are you sure?
I was gonna say.
It was during the sheriff's presentation. This is your opportunity. I don't want you to miss it. Go home and say, darn it, I wish I had done that.
My name is Bill Bueller. It's my first meeting I ever attended. And I live at 404 Grand Rondo East. There's a racetrack over there. It's a matter of time before one of those little kids are gonna get killed going to that park. They did put a speed bump in just south of the park. I live just the other side of the park. They put 2 or 3 of them out from my house. I wouldn't care. The police can park in my yard if they're like out of sight. Every day, they're 60, 70 miles an hour going down that road. That's a big concern. I don't have any little kids anymore, but my neighbors do.
Thank
We can do something about that. Maybe put another speed bump in front of my house would be fine. That might slow them down enough. Just that'd be 2 more on each side of the park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, do we have any other public comment at this time?
Comments for non-agenda?
For non-agenda, this is for non-agenda. Do you have anything for non-agenda? Yes, ma'am. You want to come forward?
Thank you.
You'll just state your name and your address. And
Mary
again,
Gatto, 107 Diamond Lake.
I need you to speak, I'm sorry, I need you to speak into the microphone.
Mary Gatto, 107 Diamond Lake Drive.
Okay,
Okay, it has been brought to my attention that Lake Stella is being considered for powerboat racing.
okay, that is on the agenda, so we're
Oh,
gonna ask
I'm
you to
so
hold, we're gonna
sorry.
ask you to hold your comments
I
until,
didn't
that's
see it.
okay. That's okay, until that item is on. Thank you so
Pardon
much.
me.
Sorry for the confusion.
I want to piggyback off of that.
Well, no, we're not talking about that at this time.
Well, I'm not talking about the boat race.
Okay.
I'm talking about speed bumps.
Okay,
Yes, my name is Pamela Ash and I live at 223 Grand Rondo Street. I live directly in front of the park. And I don't know, this thing has been going on for about a year now. For a little while, these people are drag racing, literally, 2 cars side by side, drag racing. That speed bump was put in the wrong place from the beginning. There was no input from the people on that street about when it was being put in there. They come down from off of the Cedar Street area and they bypass the speed bump. That's where the races begin. And it's directly in front of my house. I hear it day and night. And I called the sheriff department a number of times talking about different issues over there. They do come down on my street in the daytime about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. I'll see them riding over on that side. But there's nothing going on at that time. But in the evening, we would continuously request and ask for someone to have, I don't know whether the speed sign would help deter it. I don't know what it'll take. But it's gonna take more than us just coming here every week talking about it and not doing anything about it. I'm tired of this here because the last time they had a bad accident over there, thank God nobody was killed, but it almost went into my neighbor's home. But the fence, they hit that fence, those 2 young men, and then they hit the tree. That fence is what broke their speed and made them hit the tree, else they would have went directly into her home. Now, we need something done over there on that street. And like I said, I don't know, you can't park a sheriff over there or a police over there day and night, I understand that. But something needs to be done. Now, they got a camera, they've been borrowers in my home for the last 5 or 6 years over there. They got a camera sitting right there, voyeurism. I just ain't took it up with the city up in the future, here lately. And I have not carried it to the state of Florida, because it's not right, that it looks directly in my bedroom. I can't open up my blinds, because if I walk through there with no clothes on, you're gonna get a picture. And they tell me, and you might not, hey, I am responsible. So, they tell me, they also tell me, say, it's not active, but that doesn't really give me any security, that it's not active. And maybe the police department can pull some footage from it if it's activated and see who these people are. That's because it's the same continuous people. I don't know their tag numbers. It's not my job to go out there and get their tag numbers off of their vehicles. I'm not gonna put me or my family in harm's way. But I'd really appreciate if you all would take this under serious consideration, because it is a walking trail there. It is a sidewalk that's so close and narrow to that road.
Okay,
And people could get, you know.
thank you, Ms.
All
Ashley.
right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. First off, I have heard about my camera. I don't know where the camera is. Charles, can we talk to, and find out about the camera?
It's right across the street from her house.
Where does it point? Where does it point though?
The gazebo there.
It points at the gazebo?
It's right by the
Okay.
gazebo.
I mean, I've heard it's there, but just to make sure that it's not in fact getting any footage, because goodness knows, I agree with you. Just so that it's not getting any footage of her home. So, and I will say that I have been on Grand Rondo East at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and they do seem to pick up about that time. So,
I think when they originally put it up, it was sitting in this ash focus on
on
her
her
house,
house.
part of it. But since they went back out and fine tuned it, they tried to take it away. Just put it on.
Okay, we'll just make sure that it's not in any way getting footage from her house. If that's her choice. So, okay, thank you. Any more comment at this time? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. With that, I am going to open up public hearing that we have. Do you want to?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This item was tabled last month at the meeting. It's being brought back to you for first reading. It's before you as a request for a vacation of unused right of way of Stella Street. And, Commission asked that we table it to do some more research if there was in fact any kind of easement given for property to the east, property owner to the east of the right of way. We found no evidence of any kind of easement being granted to that house, which encroaches into this right of way. And we found no other input on this right of way. So the issue is whether or not to grant the vacation of right of way.
Okay, do we want to read the ordinance? Probably want to read the
Oh, yeah.
ordinance.
It's ordinance 2021-08, the ordinance of the city commission of the city of Crescent City, Florida, closing and vacating Stella Street in the city of Crescent City, providing for changing of the official town map, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. At this time, do we have any additional factual testimony for or against this? Seeing none, do we have any public comment, any public input? I don't know.
What was that for?
I'm gonna put it up.
Thank you.
Is Dr. Deputy here tonight?
I'm here, in the little White House.
Yes, ma'am.
He's not able to attend. He had an emergency that our patient went to see him.
Okay,
He wasn't able to come.
so he wasn't able to come tonight.
He said for me to step in. For some reason.
Okay,
Do you need me to come up there?
oh, okay.
So this is the right of way. Unused, 60 feet wide. Leads from Reed to Lake Stella. Currently, there is a property on the east has a shed in the middle of that. The house does encroach slightly into this right of way. So the request is from the owner of this property, vacate this, so half would go to each of the adjoining property owners.
Oh, can I speak?
Yes, ma'am, you can come up and if you'll introduce yourself and,
Eva Simpson, actually, we are the little White House.
so you,
That little White House that sits off of our own property line.
On the left of the screen.
Yeah, I don't think this is right. What?
I've got it here. I don't know that we can.
What's highlighted, I mean, you see where that square is that square, because our house actually sits on part of Cedar Street.
Yes.
Yes,
The lower left edge of that.
you have down on the front.
So that wouldn't be correct. Right there. How?
It's the shed.
Right.
That's the shed.
That's the shed.
So that's the shed. So her property, Karen, would you stand up there for just a second? Go towards the audience and her property is going to be on the other side. No,
Keep it
over there. That's your property over there, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over
Okay.
where? Sorry.
On the other side of that parcel, right there. So that's,
That line there
yes, sir.
is our property line.
Okay. So that's your property line. So audience, what they're asking for is we have several houses down there that we have some encroachment issues. They're encroaching on property to property to property. What Dr. Deputy is asking is that easement or that area that we own right there, that 60 foot, is that the city give him half and give you half to solve the encroachments that are occurring on those properties. Now, you're not encroaching on his property. The other house on the other side, if you'll point that house right there, that house is actually the one encroaching on his property. But, so that's where we stand with that. Is that
Yes,
correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's just for the audience, just so you'll have a better understanding what we're talking about here. So with that, I'm gonna ask that, do we have any other public input at this time? You can stay if you'd like, in case we have any discussion. Do we have any other public input at this time?
Is that the house right
Yeah.
now, Mr. Johnson there, where Mr. Les Johnson used to own across the banks? That's not the house we're talking about.
No.
This is down Reed
Reed
Street.
Street, it's off the end of Reed Street.
Okay, because when I heard you talk about the little shed, I thought it was.
Okay.
the shed.
Okay. And Ms. Ash, I am gonna ask that we ask everybody if they do have a comment that they come forward.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, commissioners, do we have any discussion?
I have something to say. I
Okay.
want to make a motion to deny here ordinance 2021-08.
Okay,
A second.
so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any more discussion?
Here's the thing. Our forefathers set up parks like this, areas around the lake. And I don't think we need to give it away or sell it away. It's there for the public. And I'm really sorry your house, your shed, or whatever is there. But when you bought that land, you knew it was that way?
We knew there was an issue. We did not have a survey before we closed because we couldn't get, it was in April when you couldn't get a surveyor out for
Right.
months.
Right.
And we knew that we weren't going to hold up the closing.
Your shed is small enough to be moved, but the house will cost quite a bit to move.
Yeah, well,
Right,
yeah.
thousands.
The property is totally overgrown. It's not been
It is
maintained,
because we have, but you can argue that all you want, all it takes is cleaning it.
and our water connection is on there, on that property.
Well, we could leave that too.
But I think that's what. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I've got two commissioners that want to speak at this time. So Commissioner Banks.
I think we have some types of things on that property, right? underneath.
No,
We don't have easement.
no,
sir.
no, we don't. Commissioner DeVito?
Yeah, as far as the 60 feet, it was my understanding that we would need, however, a drainage easement. Isn't there a drainage culvert?
No, not on that
No,
property,
not on
we
that.
don't need it.
Not on the
It's
60
on the
feet.
other, it's on the other end, on this move to the right.
Okay,
That property, as you end at the end of Reed Street, that property has a sharp decline to the lake. And the water, as it rains hard, drains very heavily down to that. That would probably, I'm not an engineer, but probably need a French drain that goes across the front of that on Reed Street and goes down to the lake.
okay, that's all. And then I was not clear from the last presentation, the Dr. Deputy's property.
That's
Is-
the one.
Right, okay, but my question about Dr. Deputy's property is, and it doesn't really go to how I vote on the motion, I just want to clarify. Does he not, with the encroachment, is he lacking the width to actually have a buildable lot? Or does he just want more space?
What is the requirement? What's the
I'll-
requirement?
I'll-
He's lacking enough setbacks because that's all the property.
Okay, I'm gonna,
Sorry,
again,
I'm
again,
in charge.
audience, I'm not gonna, please, I'm just gonna ask you to understand that this is,
He has the room that we require at least a 60-foot lot. And that lot is greater than 60 feet, so he has the room to
Okay.
build even with the encroachment.
Right, he has the room. It is actually the people with the real problem are the ones whose home is actually over Dr. Deputy's property line.
There's no one in that home right now.
Yes, there is.
There is.
Yes, there is. But, okay, that's all my questions. It doesn't
do
change.
you have
my
a
vote.
comment?
You know, I read through this and, none of it really made too much sense to me. I mean, there is already a 15-foot drainage. Okay, cement drainage line on the corner there. There's water lines that would be within his property, line. Well, they would be if you change the property, they go to this house and yours go,
We're
you know.
saying, you know,
It's-
there's no cement, so we don't.
Well,
understand.
down on Norwood, if you go along Norwood, that area right there, there is.
If you go on down
That's in the county.
2 lots past.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
county.
That's the county.
But there is a drainage place there. I guess what I don't like about this whole thing is I don't think that it belongs here tonight. I don't think it belongs in the commission chambers to try and make, figure this out. I think this is in the wrong place.
And this is, and to everybody, to their defense, they're just here, they're not the applicant, they're not. the
I'm not,
applicant.
I'm
Yeah.
not after that,
I don't want
but I
you-
just think it's in the wrong place. It
Okay.
doesn't belong at a commission meeting for us to decide what's legal and what's not there.
Okay.
That's my take on it.
Commissioner DeVito.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I agree, I don't think it's in the right place at all.
No.
I don't understand this came to us from the Planning and Zoning Commission. I don't really understand how it wound up there.
He made a request, and so because he made a request, it
I
has
know,
to.
but, regardless, somehow none of this seems to be in the right
I have a
posture.
question.
Okay.
Could I need to
In just a second, let him finish.
So basically, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Burton and I think Commissioner West, who made the motion. If anything, I think if these private parties will work on resolving their boundary problems, one option the city manager laid out was possibly to sell a strip of property, which has been discussed here, is not necessarily favored either. But I think we need to just put this to rest and let the parties try to work it out and come back to us if they have another request of a different nature.
Okay. I am gonna say, I've spoken to Keith at length about this, and we walked all the properties. We walked all the properties. And I am definitely never in a posture, especially coming from the state where I was part of the conservation program, of ever giving it away property. And I'm definitely not in favor of selling 10 foot of that either, because then that divides us up. They do have a problem down there, however, but this is something for the commission to possibly consider as we go forward. Maybe we need to wait for Dr. Deputy, but Dr. Deputy owns, from a drainage standpoint, if you go further down Reed Street, okay, Karen, if you'll go to Block X, okay, that's where the drainage concrete is that goes down. Now, it's not a purposeful, but it is there. It does drain down. Dr. Deputy owns that property. That's a lower property, but he does own that property. And so it's something as we go forward to possibly consider, and commission, I don't know if we want to do that, because Keith was saying that if he wanted to do drainage, that would be the better one to benefit everybody in that area, would be in Block X. That possibly if Dr. Deputy was open to a swap. So that's just something for us to think about, to swap those
He
two.
is open.
He is open to that?
Hold on a minute.
Yeah,
Why don't
hold
we
on.
just swap
Yeah.
it?
No, wait a second. No, this could benefit, this could be a benefit to everybody there. I mean, we don't have to swap that. We can hold on to that. I'm just saying that if we go forward, you know, that's just a suggestion, just something for us to think about, that piece of property. Karen, if you'll show that on X, that's the one that has the gazebo. It has it's not really a gazebo. It's, no, keep going, Block X. See, that one, right there. There's a dock out there, and there is like a porch almost. Looks like a little gazebo out there. So anyway, right now though, we have a motion on the table, and we have a second. So we're going to take it to vote. So I'm going to go all in favor. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, the ayes have it. The motion carries, and at this time, we are not going to vacate this.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
There was mentioned that you're not sure why this was brought to you, to the commission.
Yes, ma'am.
What would have been the correct avenue for him to?
He would have probably had it gone to the courts,
Yeah.
taken it to the court.
That's where I just wanted
The
to.
courts, yeah.
Thank you.
And not necessarily with you, it would be more to the house on the other side.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to know I'm not your enemy.
I know you're not.
And I know I feel really bad about this because it's been like that for several
Yeah, it sure
years. And that's not your fault. And I'm really sorry you ended up in this.
And we didn't, that wasn't our petition.
Right.
And he came to us and told us.
Right, but you're part of this.
And you were very kind tonight to come here in his absence.
Yes.
So you were very kind.
And I understand the jobs.
Yes.
I don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to go to item 8, and we have with us tonight Clay Davis with our property appraiser's office. Okay, there you go. And I'm going to let them real fast. I'm going to ask Bobby to read this, and then if you'll explain it to everyone. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, it's ordinance number 2109, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, granting additional homestead exemption for low-income seniors, providing for the requirements to qualify for the additional exemption, application procedure to be approved for said exemption, amending the procedure to renew said exemption, providing for severability and inclusion into the code of ordinances, and providing for an effective date.
Okay.
Thank you,
So-
Mayor Myers and Commission. Thank you for having me this evening. My name is Clay Davis with the Property Appraiser's Office. Unfortunately, Mr. Parker couldn't make it here this evening, so he's asked that I attend. I won't take very long, the meeting's running pretty long already. I want to bring to your attention, in 2013, the City Commission approved the super seniors homestead exemption for those residents of Crescent City. Effective July the 1st of 2021, the statement of income previously required to be filed annually for the purposes of the additional homestead exemption for persons 65 or older may now be submitted one time only when the exemption is first claimed. The provision was passed by the legislature this past session as a revision to Florida statute 196.011. Although it is now law, statutes require each taxing authority to pass an ordinance implementing the change. Each year, the property appraiser's office mails out approximately 2,000 senior exemption applications. This requires a super senior, defined as a person over the age of 65 with an adjusted gross household income of $31,100 for 2021, who has lived in his or her home for 25 years and whose value is less than $250,000 to sign the return attesting that his or her household income is at or under the limitation amount. Each year, we have hundreds of individuals that require a second amount. Although our seniors would not be required to return the form, the property appraiser's office is required to notify them of the household income limit each year. We will audit these individuals on a specified interval to determine if they still qualify. Putnam County should be proud that not only the county, but every town and city within Putnam County has adopted the super senior exemption, a claim very few counties across the state can make. Any questions?
Thank you. I'm gonna open it up for, probably maybe we need just to clarify that basically what this is doing is you no longer, if you're over that, if you're under that threshold, correct? Then you no longer have to file annually. You file one time and then you don't have to file annually. You're going to be providing audits. Okay, are
Correct,
they
yeah.
random audits? Are they gonna be
They
random?
would be random
be
and we would
random.
audit approximately 20% a year.
Okay.
So everybody would be audited every 5 years.
Okay, and this is only if you're a 65 or older.
And you meet the income limit and your home is assessed less than 250,000.
Okay,
So this, all this does is allows us not to send an annual notice to the senior, which of course, it's a burden on the senior to reply. And it also causes additional expense for us.
with owners on both. Okay, so do we at this time, I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Do we have any public comment? Seeing none, I'm gonna close public comment. Okay, yes, sir. I'll open it back up. I need you, sir, I'm so sorry. I need you to come to the podium and introduce yourself once again. You're gonna know your address by the time the night's over.
Joe Beeler, 404 Grand Rondo East. I have a question about, we have to go to H&R Block to find out if we're qualified for this? Or how qualified we are? That's who does my taxes. I
Okay.
used to,
Okay.
had to do it a lot.
Mr. Davis, can you clarify that, how they,
That's probably a better question to ask of the office, but
Okay.
the answer is no, you don't have to, if you don't file an income tax, you don't have to file one for the purposes of a super senior. You would just attest to your income, you would provide your income, whatever that may be, if you're below the federal income guidelines.
okay.
Does that answer your question?
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. Commissioners, do we have any discussion?
Well, don't we have to have a motion?
Well, we have a
Okay,
motion.
I'm gonna make that motion
Okay.
to approve the ordinance 21.9.
Well, which one?
Yes, the city.
There's we had a change, there was a couple of corrections that we made on our ordinance.
2013-02,
And you
isn't it?
should have a copy of it sitting in front of you.
So I'm gonna make a motion to approve ordinance 21.09 with the corrections made.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
And just briefly, the corrections were just taking out the each year. There were 3 changes to the property appraiser's office. I forgot to take one of the changes out. Commissioner Villa pointed that out to me this morning. There were some other grammatical mistakes that were in the 2013 ordinance that we went ahead and corrected. So those are the only changes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I would like to second it, please.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Be safe traveling back. Okay. With that, we're going to go ahead and these are our business items. Charles, I am going to, our first one on the agenda is the consideration of Romp in the Swamp boat race event. I believe we have a presentation.
Yes, the applicant's here.
The applicant's here to make a presentation. Okay. And again, audience, I'm gonna ask you to be respectful. I'm gonna also ask you to hold any of your comments, any of your cheering, whatever you're going to do, please, do not do it. Just don't do it. We'll give everybody ample opportunity. Assume that's what everybody's here for and not for our grade scraper that we're looking to purchase.
Yay.
Okay, I'm gonna, before you get started, would you both of you introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Craig Roberts with the Crescent City Yacht Club. I'm a Commodore. I'm 143 Rooster Run Road, Crescent City, Florida.
And I am Kip Roddenberry, representing the Crescent City Yacht Club, 229 South Prospect Street, Crescent City, Florida.
We'll be doing the presentation.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. All right, here we go. Crescent City Yacht Club presents Romp in the Swamp boat races. This is Lake Stella, Crescent City, Florida. Our proposal is for 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, March the 26th and 27th, 2002, Dexter Park and on Lake Stella. This will be artisan and food and beverage vendors. We will also have APBA, this is the American Powerboat Association, sanctioned mini hydro boat races. This is the size of the boat we're talking about, so that we're clear on where we're at.
Again, I'm gonna ask, and I'm gonna be very strict about this too, that he's given a presentation, we're gonna be respectful, okay? And if we can't be respectful, then I will ask you to leave the meeting. Thank you.
Continuing, the schedule of events is this: Thursday afternoon, this will be the 24th of March. We'll have early team arrivals. This is a 4-state competition event. So there will be competitors driving in from out of state. On Friday, the 25th, we'll have multiple team arrivals and a welcome dinner. We have coordinated that with the Crescent City Women's Civic Association, which is right off of East Grand Rondo, those of you who are familiar with that. Saturday, the 26th is heat races. These last approximately 8 hours. Each one of the events is 15 minutes with a 15-minute break between the heats. So they run 2 heats per hour. Those that are eliminated will be leaving the competition to head back to their work to be at work on Monday morning. Sunday afternoon on the 27th, this will begin after 1 o'clock as church is over. These are race finals and final team departures. Again, the races work similarly, only they'll be a lot shorter, only about 2.5 to 3 hours total on Sunday afternoon. So what we're talking about is a little bit of practice on Thursday, a little bit more practice on Friday, 8 hours of racing on Saturday, and approximately 3 hours of racing on Sunday. This benefits Crescent City specifically in the following ways, plus many more. Inclusion of multicultural businesses and citizens in our event, similar to the Lions Club. 160 out-of-town teams from 4 states spending money in our city. Global promotion of our local ecotourism assets through the APBA and Full Sail University web networks. And water rescue training for regional first responders from 4 counties around will come participate in that. Putnam County commissioned, or actually the young professionals of Putnam County commissioned a survey earlier this year. I have picked, of course, a beneficial slide for us to move on, but this was conducted by Mason-Dixon Polling, a very prominent polling company of the citizens of Putnam County. This slide will indicate what we're looking for: community event attendance. How likely would you or a household member be to attend community-sponsored events like festivals, fairs, 5K runs, farmers markets in Putnam County? 84% responded that they would be likely to attend one of those. All right. That said, here is an actual site plan of what we're talking about. You can see from a number of different areas on this plan, and if I may approach the screen, I'll be specific. You can see the boat ramp here located in the Lake Stella on the end of Central. There will be a physical barrier that goes across here that will be monitored by the Crescent City Fire Department and the Putnam County Sheriff's Office. No boats will be allowed in this area at all unless specifically invited by the residents in this area. This area is APBA camping and pit area, and of course, the Lake Stella Dexter Park. This will give you an idea of what the race course looks like, all right, where we're headed. Approximately 4 fingers on Lake Stella. We would go into the center zone, if you will, all right? Next is, let's see, if we can get it on there. This is the actual area highlighted for Dexter Park itself. This area would be very similar to Cops, Kids, and Kayaks. You would have to have a wristband and permission from an adult and sign a waiver in order to get in this area, but there would be no admission fee. All right, the public's invited. You just have to sign a waiver in order to get in there. Food vendors will be on the immediate, if you will, pavement area just to the south, all right, of the restrooms. Then just to the south of them would be artisan vendors. Between the artisan vendors and the food and beverage vendors will be a visitor bleacher area set up for visitors to view the races. You can see where the restrooms are on this one also. Starting just to the south of the artisan vendors will be APBA camping and pit area, and then the shoreline is all restricted area. For those of you that are familiar, these are boats that are literally carried into the lake by hand. So we have already coordinated with Keith and Public Works to indicate 3 areas on the lake where the competitors will be able to launch their boats. One is obviously at the boat ramp. The second would be near the bird sanctuary. And then the third area would be up in Dexter Park, right by the pier that's there currently. Lastly is the north end of the lake. This is up by Haley's Landing. We'll have visitor parking. This is where the APBA welcome barbecue dinner will be. Approximately 200 to 350, hopefully competitors and visitors will attend that event. We have more visitor parking, private parking in that area right across from the Women's Civic Association. Visitor viewing on bleachers up in Haley's Landing. Restricted area up here, again, APBA camping and pit area. Visitor parking, again, up in that location on the north end of the lake also. That said, security and safety. This is a big concern for us in any type of special event. This is what we've got plotted and planned. 24-hour Putnam County Sheriff's Office and deputy on site throughout the entire event. Emergency medical technicians and the Crescent City Fire Department on shore and on Lake Stella for the competition. Restricted areas will be clearly marked and roped off. And lastly, traffic flows clearly marked and enforced through the Florida State Department of Transportation in accordance with movement of traffic guidelines and standards. So in other words, there'll be cones out. Hopefully we'll slow down the traffic a little bit on East Grand Mountain. Restrooms and showers, we don't have enough. So what we're doing is bringing in through Royal Restrooms up in Hawthorne, self-contained, fully air-conditioned luxury mobile units. These are serviced daily. Restrooms will be for competitors and visitors. The showers will be for use by the competitors only. These facilities will be located near Dexter Park to have access to water, power, and the septic system that's near the restrooms that are there now. That's it. Pretty short and sweet. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to the commission.
Thank you. Thank you.
There it is.
Thank you, Charles. Do you have anything at this point? I'm going to ask you again. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to open it up for public comment. Do you want to ask your question first before we open it up for public? I am opening it up for public comment.
I have a couple of questions I would like to ask.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Excuse me, audience. I'll open it up for public comment in just a moment. Right now, we've got a commissioner and she's got some questions. The commissioners are going to ask questions. and then I'll open it up for public comment. Thank you.
Correct. Okay, so on the diagram, I noticed there's a reference to pits. There's a reference to pits, P-I-T-S.
Yes,
So what are pits and what kind of activities take place there?
if I may, let me show you just a quick
Okay.
shot. This, let's see if I can get to it with the projector on. Here. If I may, just take 23 seconds. In 2006, this event was conducted on Lake Stella. In 2007, they moved. The APBA moved this event to Jessup, Georgia. Jessup, Georgia is located in North Georgia in Waynes County, Georgia. The races since 2006 have been held at Lake Louise Brandt Reservoir, which is the freshwater reservoir and backup drinking supply for Atlanta, Georgia. So that's where the races have been for the last 15 years. All right, so this is what the pit area looks like, Commissioner DeVito, to give you an idea. As a matter of fact, if I may just give you a quick shot, this is the actual event.
Well, I'm not really asking.
Well, that's
You're
okay.
looking at the pits in just one moment. You'll
Okay.
see what it's gonna look like. There's the pits. That's a pit.
Okay, but
That's where they have their boats and they have their trailers, they haul their boats in on. So,
There's the pits.
okay, so the trailers go down to the water, is that
you know,
correct?
actually, the trailers are a little cart. These boats are like this wide and about this long. They're just a little cart with the dolly wheels on it that they put their boats on, and that's how they wheel them around.
This is the trailer. This is the trailer. Most of the competitors pick them up and carry them in.
Most people think of hydroplanes as big race boats. These are little.
No, I'm aware that there's small
Okay.
boats.
That's the
But
pit.
so what I am asking is, people who have experienced the races before have said that the pit involves repairs to the motors, that they work on them in, at the edge of the water. Is that correct?
I'm not a competitor. I would have no specific
know.
personal knowledge
Okay.
of that, other than if I may comment.
Sure.
The APBA conducts 160 competitive events every year in the United States. If there was a significant environmental impact on the shoreline or on the water or any type of waterfowl or marine life, they wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay, that's not what I'm
So what you're asking, Commissioner DeVito, is are they
Yes, I know.
actually working on the engines there and,
Yes, and he doesn't know. So
I don't
have-
know.
I have another question. I'm trying to. move
Yes,
this
please.
along.
okay.
So what are the noise levels? What are the decibel levels? of the-
I don't know.
You don't know that?
No.
So, and then I noticed in your application, you are asking for a waiver of the noise ordinance until 10 PM on each of the 4 days.
No, ma'am, we're not. What we're asking for is for the PCSO to enforce the noise ordinance, and our understanding was it began at 10. If it doesn't begin at 10, it becomes at an earlier time, then we will enforce the noise ordinance at whatever the local ordinances are. We thought they were 10 PM.
I don't understand. The application says that you're asking for a waiver of the noise ordinance. Why
Where does it say, I'm sorry, no, it doesn't. We're not
Okay.
asking for a waiver of the noise ordinances.
So what is it that you want the sheriff's office to do?
So that if any of our competitors try to test an engine or turn up their RV stereos too loud, Putnam County Sheriff's Officer will be there to enforce the noise ordinances. Tell them to turn it off or they'll have to leave or be
It says-
cited.
It says in here, the noise abatement ordinance is.
Yeah, the races will be over at 5 PM.
Okay, well, the assumption is that the noise ordinance is not applied before 10. Would that be correct?
That's not a correct assumption.
No.
The noise ordinances will be fully enforced at whatever the current ordinance is.
But you don't know what the decibel are.
No.
Okay, so my next question is, it says there will be camping.
Yes,
Okay, so what kind of camping? Will there be RVs? Will there be large trucks with equipment? what kind of vehicles or will be involved?
Yes to all of the above.
Okay, so. you have-
These arrive self-contained. The RV and camping areas will be clearly marked with chalk lines and enforced by Crescent City Yacht Club members.
Okay, so there'll be RVs.
Yes,
And will those RVs run generators?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
We will enforce noise ordinances on those generators also.
Okay. All right, so will there be any trucks that will bring in equipment that will be there?
Not to my knowledge. The only thing I could think of would be service trucks, perhaps for our restroom facilities.
Right, and do the restroom facilities operate, are they air conditioned?
Yes,
Okay, and so do they operate on generators?
I guess they do.
All right, that's all the questions I have for now.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have any other questions before we open it up for public comment? Okay. At this time, gentlemen, thank you for your
Thank you very
presentation.
much.
I'm going to ask you to step aside, not very far. And at this time, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to open it up for public comment, and whoever wants to speak, we're going to do this very orderly. Again, I'm going to ask you to remind, we have 3 minutes. You're not to go over the 3 minutes. And if you want to form a line, I don't know where we will form a line. Yes, sir, you can be first. Please come up, state your name, your address.
Yes, my name is Ben Brierly. I live on 414 Pine Street. And if you look back in the past records, you'll see that the city council passed a resolution after the one in 07 or 08, whenever it was held, to never have another one held in Lake Stella, because the noise from that is excruciating. I live just south of that, and you could not even think. It was so noisy, racing up all our engines and everything, and it created a lot of problems in the lake. And that's a bass lake. And it's known all around the country as a bass lake. And the bass spawn there. But if you look back in the bass records, somewhere around 07, the city council passed a resolution that they would never do this again. Let them do it in Lake Crescent.
I've asked, and we have people for and against, and we're going to be respectful, and I'm going to ask you one more time, no more outbursts, no more clapping. Let's have our speakers, and then we'll go from there. Who's our next speaker? Yes, ma'am.
Well, I feel that just passing to around so they can count. Well, hi, I'm Patricia Baden again, still to Leander in Crescent City. I'm a citizen greatly concerned about the boat races. I'm concerned about the environmental effects of day-long loud noises, petroleum pollution, and damage to the shoreline of Lake Stella. The proposed date is at the heart of the nesting season for the many waterfowl that we are host by, thanks to our clean water, peaceful setting, and especially the rookery on Bird Island in Lake Stella. The following birds are documented as nesting there and on the shoreline: sandhill cranes, white ibis, great blue herons, little blue herons, tricolored herons, great egrets, snowy egrets, cattle egrets, limpkins, ospreys, gallinules, and wood ducks. In addition, there are eagle nests nearby, and the eagles fish in that way to feed their young in early spring. I've personally seen all of those species there, and I feel they have great value, both in and of themselves and as attractants of birders from all over the country. I would love to see our town marketed as part of the Great Florida Birding Trail, as is Lake Woodruff in northwest Volusia County and the Alligator Farm in St. Augustine. I question whether the Department of Fish and Game and the Florida DEP have approved this activity. I'm not even addressing the issue of degradation to the wetlands and parkland on Grand Rondo or to the disturbance to the homes of the citizens who live on the lake. Can we at least consider holding off this type of event until May or June when most birds have hatched and left their nests? Please think long and hard before swapping these treasures for an environmental nightmare. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, do we have the next speaker? We have no more speakers? Okay.
Concerned citizen Douglas Freeze. I live in Pomona Park, actually. 7 years ago, I was involved in a major accident. And my wife and I decided we were gonna get the heck out of Central Florida. And we looked and we looked and we looked. And we fell in love with this little city. And I would live in the city, but we like to live out a little bit. So we're right on the edge. For the last 7 years, I've been fishing in this little lake style exclusively 3 to 4 times a week. I'm disabled, by the way. I don't look like it, but I've had 9 back surgeries. This lake is so pristine and clean. The waterfowl in this lake, like she said, is just incredible. I have pictures upon pictures, hundreds of pictures. If you look on the Crescent City Facebook page today, you'll see some of it. And I'm a mechanic, a retired Army vet, by the way, mechanic. Went to Marine Mechanics Institute for 2 years. I know what 2-stroke outboards spew out of the exhaust. These are all 2-stroke outboards.
Need to address the commission.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, these are all 2-stroke outboards. And I run a 2-stroke outboard. I know they're nasty. You don't get in the water, you start your engine and you can see the oil slick on the water. Now multiply that times hundreds and hundreds. Think about what's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have the next speaker, another speaker. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mary Dale, 107 Diamond Lake Drive. Okay, this was brought to my attention, this issue, and I'm not sure whether or not anybody consulted the biologists or wildlife agencies about the environmental impact here. Has anyone? Okay. And I'd have to ask, what other bodies of water have you considered on which to hold these races?
Okay,
We
right
haven't
now,
considered anything.
right, this is the first time this application's come before us, so, we just need your comments, so please share your comments.
Okay. Lake Stella is unique among the area lakes here because not only it has the middle island, but it has multiple peninsulas. And this is a major avian area. These birds, if their habitat is damaged, it is equivalent to disturbing and displacing, and they are protected by law. We have threatened species in that lake, and they are legally protected. So I would have to ask the commission to please consider having these races on a different lake. Stella is unique. There are plenty of lakes in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers? Okay, you can.
Cheryl Dayton, 244 South Prospect Street.
Would you pull that down just so that everybody, there you go.
Cheryl Dayton, 244 South Prospect Street. I hear a lot of talking about damage and birds and pollution, but I see no facts behind any of these comments. I hear that there are races on lots of lakes, all over many. I don't hear reports of damage to wildlife or damage to water quality, being that it's held in reservoir that provides drinking water for Atlanta. I'm sure that there are strict contingencies that are met. I personally think it's a wonderful opportunity for our city. I think it's something we should consider, and I think it's something that we need to look at very, very seriously and consider factual things, not just opinions and people's thoughts and feelings. If there's truly damage, then we need to see stuff that would back that up. I don't see anything that backs up any of these claims or comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Ash. Speak.
Pamela Ash, I live at 223 Grand Rondo. I'm gonna give you facts, and I'm gonna make it real fashionable. This is right at my doorstep. This is right on my porch. That's the beach, sits right there at my bedroom window. The reason we got rid of it before, because it rains big semis in there. Them generators run all night. And then if they're gonna talk about running RVs in there, they got to have power, and no power down there. And they run day and night. Word God said, love your neighbor as yourself. How can you bring that into a residential neighborhood? There's no commercial spaces over there. That's all residential. If you did it in Jessup, Georgia, take it back to Jessup, Georgia. We don't want it over there on Grand Rondo. I got a house, and I don't care which way I go, I'm gonna hear it. I got a house on Cedar Street over there. I got a house on Grand Rondo. And if I go to my property, I got other properties here. I don't want to hear that. They're gonna block me in and tell me when I can come and go, just about. Cones all in the road. These people are not our neighbors. That is a park for families of the local families of this community. We got a beautiful community here. Why? It ain't enough money involved in it. They're gonna go up to Winn Dixie and buy some hot dogs and a little bit of food and cook it on their grills. We don't even have enough restaurants to house these type of people coming in here with all of this racing and cars and all of this. We got one gas station. Our Catfish Festival wasn't quite as bad as this gonna be. I done lived through it. That's why we got rid of it. And our last commissioners seen that it wasn't good. And it's a noise. We have elderly people live on that lake. And we don't hear it all night humming, the traffic. And even though it's they come in and do the spot race and they come in and do the training for the 2 or 3 days, then you got a big event here. Why are we always trying to we want to try to make that the central location for our Disney World? You want to make that Disneyland over there. So I asked the commissioners, please, don't do this. We don't want it. And I got tons of other neighbors there, elderly, just couldn't get up here tonight. They don't want it. We don't mind having the city put on events. If it's for one day, you come in, do your event, and you go home and go to bed. But how you gonna live other areas, Prospect Street, that's way over there. You're not gonna hear that humming all night. You're not gonna hear that over in a lot of these other areas if you live away. But right there, all night I got to hear that, I got to go to work. Other people have to go to work. We got jobs. And so we just don't want it. Love your neighbor as yourself. Do what's right. It ain't worth that little bit of money.
Thank you, Ms. Ash. Thank you very much. We have any more comments? Do we have anybody that lives? Yes, sir. You want to come forward and speak?
Good evening, my name is Frank Lonza, I'm 108 Eagles Nest Drive, Crescent City, Florida. I've lived here for 16 and a half years. I moved to the area. There was a livelihood of vibrant, exciting little activity going on. We had offshore boat trials in Crescent Lake. We had the small boat races here in Lake Stella. We had vast fishing tournaments. As a matter of fact, coming from the south side on Route 17, it's where the bass capital of the world. You don't see any of that anymore. There's no more activity. The activity I have seen, in the last 15.5 years since they've left, is meth houses, crack being sold on the streets. I own property in town. When I maintain them, I see drug interactions during broad daylight next to the school on Cherry Street. I actively see this during the daytime. And it's sad. We have our economy in this town has gone south. We've lost a lot of revenue. We've lost businesses. We see some businesses coming in here temporarily. They have a marquee up and then they leave. I have a master's degree in coastal engineering. I understand the benefit community involved, the coastline of any lake and shoreline in the ocean. I have, as an intelligence officer, retired Navy, 25 years. I was involved in effluent studies and offshores of foreign countries. I understand how product gets in water, how it flows, how it affects the grasslands, the fish, the birds. I have, intimate knowledge on these areas. So I'm very familiar with how this lake is occurring, with the things that happen in the lake. In the very near future, there's going to be a gentleman building a house on the peninsula of Grand Rondo. He's got a twin-engine seaplane. He's going to be landing there on a daily basis, if not weekly basis. There's going to be a lot of noise. So guess what? A boat race for one weekend is a small drop in the bucket. When you got an airplane, a big airplane is going to be landing in Lake Stella because a gentleman and his wife are going to be living there. They're building a boat.
He's already visiting.
Yes, he is. He parks his airplane at my house and he drives his truck out there to do work. So small boats is not going to be a big impact compared to what that big airplane is going to be doing on a daily basis. And so I am for this, not just because I'm part of the Crescent City Yacht Club, but I'm for this because as an understanding with the environmental impact, as well as the economical impact to Crescent City, to bring businesses to see potential companies coming into this town, building hotels again, building restaurants and bringing in other revenue so that we can grow. And Crescent City has stayed small and drug infested far too long. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else that is either for or against this? Anybody living there in that area? Do either one of you, I believe you have homes as well.
Philip Rogram on 506 Grand Roundup. I've been here now for 7 years. And the reason why we moved here, it was nice and quiet. As the gentleman said, this airplane keeps coming over here. That's very, very loud. A couple other airplanes that come in, they pull up on the beach down there at the park. They go into town, they come back out, they turn around. And when they do, they blow the sand up all the way across the street. I got a problem with the seaplanes coming up on land there. But the noise in these little bitty boats. I worked for the city of Eustis for many years. They had boat races out there all the time. Okay, well, they finally stopped it. Main reason is, I don't know. But I do know, as being an employee there, that lakefront was my responsibility. Okay? After the last races were done, they had a fine oily film on the shoreline. That came from the boats. I know a couple boats blew up. They weren't these little bitty tiny ones like they're talking about here. They had bigger boats, they had all the way down to the little bitty boats. Okay, but the noise from these things is significant. Now I live down, I guess, what it's called the north end. Okay, hearing the airplane come over once a day, that's nothing. But these boats gonna be out there going round and round and round and round. That's insane. Lake Stella is a very small lake, very unique lake. Okay, races like this don't belong on a small lake. Okay, all boats put off a little bit of pollution. We all know this, right? A small lake, it takes a lot longer to get rid of that pollution than it does for a larger lake. Or even having races like on a river, where water flows and flushes itself. Lake Stella doesn't have that opportunity. I think that, in my opinion, I'm against it. I don't see any benefit from it. If we're gonna put the races on, put it over there on Crescent Lake. They got plenty of room out there, 20 times the size of Lake Stella. Lake Stella is a small lake, small community, people go to the park center and everything. It should be family oriented. I don't think there should be any kind of commercialism on that lake. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tracy Eckhart, 109 North Prospect Street. Yes, North Prospect Street, directly behind us practically.
And I hear constantly noise from parties on Grand Rondo, Cedar, Main Street. And, you know, so I'm familiar with the noise. Don't think because I live on the other side of the highway, I don't hear it. All along Stella City property, it's like park property. It's not private. So, you know, if you chose to live directly across from the park, I think you're gonna have some noise from the park. I think we ought to give the yacht club an opportunity to bring something to town, something different. It's been a long time. I see a lot of positive impacts by the different things that we all witnessed on Kip's presentation. I think it would be good for the city. And if it is not, then don't do it again, but you never know until you give it a try. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Lee Dayton. I live at 244 South Prospect. I'll be real quick. One of the things that really hasn't been delved in here much is the economic impact this could have for us just in a couple of days. You have 400 people coming in, we're going to be spending money. And I think it's something we have to look at. The other thing, you're talking about pollution and the motors. Last time you had it here was 2007. Technology's gone a long way since then. Two-stroke motors are very efficient. And these guys are racing the most efficient motors they can get. They're taking good care of them. They're a lot more efficient than they used to be. Anyway, I'm in favor of this. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Speak again.
Just where,
Mechanic, Douglas Freeze, Motor Park, just on the edge. Auto mechanic, boat mechanic. These 2-strokes haven't evolved at all. 2-stroke engines just.
Okay.
beautiful.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll handle this.
Fuel injected, and they aren't.
Yes, ma'am, you're gonna have to pull that down. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cindy Tan, and I'm at 242 Bird Road, Crescent City. I was born and raised here and grew up on Lake Stella, where my parents still reside. I have lived and worked here most of my adult life. I am here tonight to voice my concerns about the proposed boat races to be held next year on Lake Stella. 15 years ago, I think it's about 15 years ago, these same races were held on Lake Stella, and it was a disaster. The races were contested by many of the residents that lived on the lake. Most signed a petition to have them stop, and they did stop. The American Powerboat Association got permission to have the races on Lake Crescent, and once again, the residents on Lake Crescent complained of the constant noise, and the races never came back, and they shouldn't return now. The main concern then, and the main concern today, is the boat races are extremely loud. So loud that they scare all the birds off of Bird Island. And it took several years for them to come back in full force. Besides the noise level of these boats chasing the birds away during nesting season, they will chase the shoreline birds and wildlife away by parking their RVs, utility trailers, boat trailers, and heavy-duty pickup trucks there. They will use the shoreline, excuse me, put my glasses on. They will use the shoreline for their boat crew pits to launch their boats and work on their boats. The heavy vehicles and trailers will absolutely ruin the grass and walkway, and the aquatic plants and lake grass will get trampled on and ripped out, and our beautiful landscape will be destroyed. Some say this event will have economic gain to the city. This could be further from the truth. These boat races are not a crowd drawing sport. It is an exclusive club, and the majority of the spectators are the racers' family and team. They don't pay for lodging because they stay on lakefront property for free, and they bring their provisions, food, and drink. They tear up our grass, chase our birds away, use our facilities and city workers for free, and then they leave and won't come back till they do it all over again. Yes, the races will bring some people who are curious about the event, but they will not stay. It is a boring spectator sport. I attended several of these type of boat races 15 years ago on different waterways, and none of those waterways were as pristine as Lake Stella is. No wordway had an island of nesting birds close by. All had clear shorelines for boat pits, and none had residential houses close by. Take a walk along Lake Stella's walkway any evening right before dusk, and you will see several rabbits out grazing on the grass where they burrow along the shoreline.
I'm gonna ask you to wrap it
I
up.
employ my city officials to reject these boat races from happening on Lake Stella.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, do we have any other speakers? And then and then you can come up.
Hi, my name is Jill Goodman, and I live in Volusia County, but I work in Crescent City and have since 2004. I'm also a Rotarian with Crescent City Rotary Club, and I have been to 42 catfish festivals and worked in most of them. Everybody's already talked about the noise, the birds, everything. My biggest concern right now with this is the fact they're going to be at Haley's Landing. He has a submarine. Those boats are going to tear up the bottom of that water, of the lake. They're going to mess up the crowds. They're going to mess up the waterways. Also, Dexter Beach, we just made that. I mean, I don't live in Crescent City, don't live in the county, but I work here. And I have voted and I've done everything I could help to get Dexter Beach back, to make the waterfront on Lake Stella beautiful for the kids. When I go by there all the time, I see the children playing there. You're going to bring these boats in to nasty up the water, mess up the shoreline, and destroy what Crescent City has built to make this a nice community. I hope that y'all would seriously consider suggesting that the yacht club find Lake Crescent or someone else to do this. It's a good thing for Crescent City to the point that, like the catfish festivals, there was a great festival. We had wonderful times here, but it didn't bring a whole lot of money into Crescent City. I don't think the yacht clubs will, because they didn't before. And, you know, it's going to affect what we have on Lake Stella now. Thank you for letting me talk.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ashley Shepherd, 419 Florida Avenue. I really support it. I have been voting for 37 years. One weekend out of the 52 weeks that you get isn't going to be detrimental to the lake. It might have a momentary impact, but they all return. It won't affect it to the degradation that is being applied. There are bird rookeries all along the intercoastal that deal with constant bombardment with speedboats, powerboats, pleasure boats, and all of that, and they survive. Our town is doing a balancing act right now. We are trying to hoist ourselves into notoriety. We want people to come here. We want to survive. We want people to come and spend money here. And then when we have events like this, everybody fights it. They're expecting 160 participants. What's to say that they're not going to come and they fall in love with our town and come stay at one of the RV parks that are trying to move into our area? They could be a yearly visitor away from the boat races. All businesses are going to benefit from it because somebody's car is going to break down. They're going to need help. Somebody's going to need to go to the grocery store. Somebody's going to need their pharmacy, their prescriptions filled. It will have benefits to the businesses, to the community, and the area. I hope it is considered, and I hope that it's not just dismissed out of hand.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers? Seeing no more speakers. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Anthony Carabella, 199 Chestnut Street, which is directly across from the boat launch. Now, during a normal week in the summer, there's a heck of a lot of noise out there going on for the residents, and most of us put up with it because that's part of the summer. And it's part of the people that want to enjoy the lake. And it's understandable. I'm a boater myself. But I can't imagine going through what these gentlemen propose for 4 or 5 days in a week without imploding. I mean, day and night with those motors running, with the crowds yelling, with the sounds across the lake. We have noise all night that annoys me, but we can't do anything about that. This is going to be permitted because the system that they're trying to set up says that's part of the party. I am absolutely 100% against this, to the point that if it continues and it affects my property value, which it may, because I don't imagine anybody's going to want to move in the middle of an amusement park. You know, that's four days a year or 5 days a year. Nobody wants that kind of abuse to be putting up with for the kind of money it costs to live here. And as a taxpayer, I respectfully request that you reject this offer and consider us in lieu of a few extra bucks for 4 days that you may get, and whatever other benefits they propose, which I don't believe you'll find at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? I see no, yes, sir.
Steve Dempsey, 330 Pine. It seems to me that the ferneries have been pumping crap into the groundwater for what, 100 years, 80 years, and these guys are the villains? Doesn't make any sense to me. There's no logic here. This place is a corpse and it needs the paddles, one way or another. And it needs to be constantly hit, just to bring it back to level. I'm in agreement. I think it should happen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, do we have any other comments before I close public hearing? Yes,
I have a question. Are you keeping a tally of the pros and cons of this?
well, we're
Some
pretty
people
much,
saying yes and people saying no.
Karen's keeping it, so Karen's keeping up with it.
All right.
Karen's keeping up with it, definitely. Karen, you're keeping up with it, right? Yeah,
Bill Beal.
thank you.
404 Grand
Thank you.
Rondo East.
Yes, sir.
I don't want it to come either. I just don't think it's gonna be great for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm Teresa Riley. I live on Grand Rondo, and I don't want it to come.
Okay.
My favorite thing to do when I'm making my coffee is look out and see the people fishing along the shoreline for bass. I'd like to see that kind of activity continue.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, anybody else before we close public comments?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. I knew if I just keep asking them.
My wife, Crescent.
Okay. That's okay, that's okay.
Craig Sargent, 400 Pine Street. I'm on Steve, I'm also for it. I think that would be good for 4 days. We had a guy work for the city, cleaning the sidewalk with his 2-stroke weed eater. This went on for a whole day, and I didn't like it. But I also agree that it might bring a little excitement to the community. The boat race is not the weed eater guy. Once a year, I got no problem with that. 4 days. I wouldn't want to live across the street from it, but thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
I would have no problem with that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Lisa Dempsey, 330 Pine Street. Most of you know where I live. I have a double lot. Okay. I have neighbors on both sides. They'll have parties. It's nice to have a double lot because we can take our show over to my she shed if this person over here is kind of loud. So we can kind of switch it off. We're considerate of our neighbors. Little while ago, we had karaoke. went till 1 a.m. My husband ended up falling tripped over something in the yard. It was the loudest thing. I was going insane. I had nowhere to go. Okay, if they would have come to me and said, we're going to have a party and we're going to do karaoke drunk, I would have gone to St. Augustine if I had the money, and I would have spent the night in St. Augustine. You know, all I'm saying is we have these noises coming at us and nobody is giving us any warning. So if they come and if it's really loud, I might say to my husband, let's take our trip at this point. I'm just saying, we all have to live here together. And we have to do something for the town. We have to help bring it back to life. So if it turns out to be too noisy, they're giving us, they're giving us a time when it's going to be quiet. They're not going past, they're not going to be 1 o'clock in the morning. So it's in, if it bothers you, I say, let's take a little trip. Let's let them use our lake for 4 days. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Did he persuade you?
I just feel like I should say something.
Okay.
That was my husband, Craig.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Sarah Sargent at Cedar Street. And I'll tell you, I'm from a small town back in North Carolina in the mountains. And I've seen over time, and I'm 59 years old, I've seen over time how the county commissioners in our small county they wanted certain things. You had no factories, you had nothing. Drugs were rampant, everything. And it's even worse now. But it's people in our county that it's like I said, you can't please everybody. Jesus couldn't, so who are we? And what gets me is, I understand everybody's got an opinion as to, I want to do it, I don't want to do it, I don't want to hear the noise, I know. But if this is just once a year, even if it wound up being twice a year, we're right there, we hear everything, like the weed eater guy, today was insane. But I think, I've not been around those small boats, but I think that I can't make a fair assessment because I've not heard one. I've heard a lot of loud things. And my point is, give it a chance. Let these guys have it. Some people's gonna be back there going, they probably make it.
Nobody's making any faces.
But I think that they should be given a chance. I'm all for giving people a chance. And I think it should be given. Let's see how it goes. If it doesn't go, then we know not to do it again. I love this little town. We came here, we found it on realtor.com or something. And in fact, I met my husband, farmersonly.com. So I met him, left the mountains of North Carolina and went to Ohio. I never dreamed I'd ever be in Ohio. But the Lord sends me where he thinks he needs me. But we were blessed with finding out about this stuff. We found the house first, and then we found it's in a wonderful little town. But like I said, we have to give a little. Everybody has to live together. There's too much crap going on when you turn the radio on or the news on, and I know my time's about up already. But I can't see why we can't just, us new people, let us have the benefit, give us the benefit of that. Let us see it. Let them have it. What does it hurt?
Okay. Thank you so much. And welcome. And welcome. Hold on just a second. Hold on.
I might be a little young, but
I need you to, I'm sorry, hon, you're gonna come and just
give your
introduce
name and your address.
your name and your address.
500 Oakwood Street.
Get that.
Say your name again. Mia Paul, 500 Oakwood Street. You can give them a chance, but just go to a different lake.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Tirso Moreno. I live at 152 Petit Road, Crescent City, 32112. I don't live around the lake, but I do business in Crescent City for pretty much everything. I think, in my opinion, I don't see much of an economic kind of gain. If that would be, I mean, what are the business owners tonight? Which they would be here. I didn't hear anyone talking that long here. They might be here, I'm not sure. I have some questions, why they're moving up here from, they've been doing it for the last 15 years or whatever. You have to see, I was not clear to me why they're moving here. It was decided not to do it. I mean, you have to see also why they decide that. And I think we should listen to the people who live around, who see it as a problem, and some of them have said that they had problems with what they were doing. So, and I think we, I recommend to be careful with this thing because it's, it's difficult. I mean, I don't also didn't hear any industrial people that live around the lake. I'm not sure. They might live around the lake. So I just want to say my recommendation to be careful with it, and I would say probably not until we find out more facts about why they're doing it.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, in the back, in this Ash, I will get you at the end, if that's okay. I let one gentleman speak twice. I typically don't, but I will let that happen this evening, in fairness.
Hello, my name is John Lyons, I live at 302 South Prospect Street. I'd love to see this activity come back to Crescent City. I'd like to see a lot more activities come back to Crescent City. Bluegrass festivals, other kinds of, events to bring the economy, healthy economy in this town. I'd like to see Crescent City become a destination. Florida is a tourist state, and some of that tourist business should come to this town. It's a wonderful little town. It used to be a lot more prosperous. We used to have like a theater here, bowling alley, all that stuff is going away. But I think if we manage our events properly, and the Crescent City Yacht Club has done a wonderful job with their fireworks, and I think they'll do a very good job with this boat racing also. So I think it'd be a good, healthy shot in the arm for the economy of the town, and that'd be a good thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Lisa Rodriguez at 229 South Prospect. I support the boat races. I think that Crescent City has got to do something to get it on a more economic base, growing. We would love to see other kinds of boat races come, not just to Lake Stella, but to Lake Crescent, and this would be a door that is opening to being a different kind of destination with a different kinds, several different, whether we do dragon boats, whether we do concrete boats, whether we do the big power boats. I'd like to see things happening on Lake Crescent. This is the way we get the door open to Crescent Lake. We've got to do something about getting some economic growth in this city, because if we're not growing, we're dying. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, in the back, you can come forward.
My name is Donna Carabello, and
My husband spoke earlier, we live at 199 Chestnut Street. And as he had said, we are directly impacted by this because our home, our lawn, our boat dock is directly across from the city launch. So our house and the races are gonna be right in front of us and going and impacting our home. It's already been damaged from the high waters we've had recently. And anytime there's a lot of boat wave and stuff, it comes over the top of the dock and it goes to the seawall and comes up over the seawall and is eroding in the yard. Now, I find it amazing that the people that are for this don't live on the lake. And the ones that live on the lake, you know, appreciate what they have. And they don't want to see it destroyed. And I certainly, you know, I mean, we're not talking about a one-day event, you know, that you can say, okay, you know, we can live with it for a day. So you're talking 4 days and it's going to impact, you know, your life for 4 days. And for the people that say, oh, for 4 days, you know, we're supposed to give up our life. We're supposed to leave our home for this. For what reason? It does. To me, it just doesn't make any sense. I implore you, don't do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, any other speakers before Ms. Ash? Okay, Ms. Ash, we're going to finish up with you.
I just want to say again, when everybody moved to Crescent City, they know what they signed up for. I'm 5 generations in here. So everybody moved to Crescent City, and in this Putnam County area here, but especially Crescent City, we've been getting up, going to work, and coming back into our community for the last 4 and 5 generations. We had a lot of family businesses here, but when you come here, this is a retirement community. We don't want Disney World. We know how to go down there and come back. We don't want all them things here. So when you come here saying going to town, we already grow. We grow to what we want. All these people come here, buy your homes, you come here and go to bed. You got your little grocery store, you get your food, you have your little cookouts at your house, and then you go on. If you want something else, you sit 45 minutes away from St. Augustine. You sit maybe an hour away from Orlando, Jacksonville. And you drive out and you do what we've been doing, coming back in. We ain't got, if we got any crime here, it's basically among the locals. We don't want them drive-bys coming here. We don't want everybody moving here just because we got land and property. That's why we got all this stuff going on now in this city, because all these people come here, don't appreciate and want to change our city. They want to change this city to make it what it was where they come from. You don't like it? Go back where you came from. We don't want you here. But everybody come here, we want you to enjoy your life, live it out to the end of your days. And when you turn your home over to your children, let them do the same thing. We don't care about your lifestyles and all of that. That ain't none of my business. But when you talk about these little few dollars to come in here and uproar and bring all these people in here, because the homes are real cheap,
okay,
and they moving in, then the next thing you know, we got drive-by killings and everything.
Ms. Ash, let's keep it to the boat races.
Well, I'm just saying,
okay,
because most of the people that come, they're all saying, we want to grow the city and we want this to go on. We got a Christmas party coming in a few weeks. We're gonna have a parade. That's what we're gonna have, and we're gonna have a good time, and we're gonna enjoy ourselves. They bringing events here, but do we want another whatever coming in here and all these people in RVs? And I seen a story where a man was a truck driver. He was killing women, murdering. I know I'm not talking, but I'm gonna tell you how these people come in and start doing all this stuff. And they walk in my streets doing it over there.
Ms. Ash.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, I'm closing public comment at this time. Commissioners, I'm going to bring it back to us. I think we probably have a couple of questions of Craig and Kip. And again, this is a special event leagues. Typically, our city manager does have the authority unless there is heightened public concern or there's public interest, or is it of a certain size? And so,
I have a comment to make about that.
okay, well, just in just a second, just
Okay, I'm just
let me
saying.
finish, okay? And so that's, you know, Charles, we understand that, you know, that's why it's here before us tonight. So with that, I'm gonna start with any comments or questions that we have. Commissioner DeVito, you said you have a question or a comment. You want to go ahead?
Well, I have a comment about the assertion that the city manager has final authority on a park permit request. The city manager gave us a memo that said we actually don't have a special events ordinance. We have a park permit ordinance, but actually this request goes beyond our parks. This request goes to our rights of way, and it goes to our shoreline. And it actually, do we even own boat ramp? Isn't that the county?
No, we own, I think, the one on Stella.
Okay, so this is beyond a park permit. So I do think it is very appropriate that it has come to us, and I think that is slightly inaccurate that the city manager would have the final authority. I think we probably need a special events ordinance, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Well,
Get it in
under
right place.
the special events right now, I mean, typically, we don't have anything in place, and so it does fall to him. Except for, this is heightened, this is regardless, let's not argue about it.
No, I'm saying.
Who's right or wrong, but yeah, I'm glad that he brought it to us.
Right, but it's very important. This is not just a park permit,
Right.
which gives the city manager authority. This is a request for the use of both parks and rights of way and shoreline. So it is much more than a park permit.
Okay, well, it's an event permit, so let's, with that, do you have any other questions or comments?
Well, I have quite a few.
Okay, well, let's get started.
Okay, we don't be mean about it.
I'm not being mean about it, I'm just saying, let's get
Okay.
started. I'm moving this meeting forward. Let's go.
First of all, the first comment that I have is to the people who said, give them a try. I want to be clear that many of the speakers pointed out that this event, this almost exact event, actually is smaller because it didn't extend up to Halley's Landing the last time, was tried. And many residents here have said that it was so disruptive and so horrible that they did not want it, and a petition was gathered and the event was canceled. That is an example of how bad it was. And I did not live here then. The house belonged to my family. I was here during the boat races. And I have to tell you, they were extremely noisy. We lived 200 feet from the lakefront. There are trees and bushes between us and the lakefront. And sitting on the back porch, we could not hear ourselves have a conversation. As well, it is very accurate that birds and wildlife were completely eliminated from Bird Island for a good 4 to 5 years, if not more. I didn't come back a lot in those next years because there was nothing there and it was very disturbing. We bought our house from my uncle and received a partial gift from my father in 2010. I don't think my husband and I would have bought that house if they had been having the boat races. It is extremely noisy and extremely unpleasant. And I can personally attest to that. I never went down there to see the boat races, but I could hear them. And I will tell you, living on the lake, sound travels across the water. We also live across from Eagle Lions Park, and we have experienced, I and my family, 42 years of Catfish Festival. I will tell you that the 1 or 2 generators or trucks that the Catfish Festival has had over the years are very disruptive to a night's sleep. I became sick one year because there was so much noise and I couldn't sleep and we had family in the house. I cannot imagine what it would be like to live with generators all up and down Grand Rondo. If I had a house on Grand Rondo. And I guess to speak to some of these issues, first of all, Dexter Beach was never built to be an event site. It was built to be a neighborhood park for people to come and enjoy swimming. There's a children's playground there. It wasn't meant to be an event. I am very disturbed by commissioners and members of the public saying, if you live by a park, you need to expect some noise. Yes, you expect noise. You do not expect noise that makes it impossible for you to sleep at night, to do normal activities in your home, and to enjoy being in your yard for a 3 to 4 day period. There are at least 10 to 15 homes directly along Grand Rondo, East Grand Rondo. There are more homes on West Grand Rondo. A block and a half up Palmetto Avenue, there's a daycare center. There are many homes behind Grand Rondo. Everybody around the lake, I think there's some people from Breezy Point. Everybody around the lake will be able to hear this nonstop noise, not to mention exhaust from the generators. They can't tell us what the noises are, but I would like to give you a demonstration. Mayor, may I?
What? How are you gonna give us a demonstration?
I brought my leaf blower. And I remember what it sounded like.
Commissioner DeVito, Commissioner DeVito. We all know what a leaf blower is.
Okay.
And we are inside a building and that is.
Okay, so let me just point this out to you. We're sitting in a room and for 3 seconds, you don't want to hear a leaf blower, but you are willing to subject.
Oh, well, then turn your leaf blower on. No, go ahead, turn your leaf blower on. I'm gonna let you turn it on. Go ahead. I'm not gonna tell you. That's it. Thank you very much for your demonstration.
My point is, that's the quality of the noise that you will be subjecting the residents of Crescent City to.
Okay.
Who live, I'm not finished.
I need you to. We've got other people that want to speak as well, so I need you to wrap it up if you will, please.
Well, I'm directly affected by this.
Okay.
So they cannot tell us the decibels. I looked at our noise ordinance. Our noise ordinance has a limitation of approximately 65 to 70 decibels. Apparently, if you want to exceed those decibels, you are supposed to fill out a separate noise permit. And the ordinances of Crescent City only give the city the authority to waive the noise levels for entertainment purposes for a 4-hour period in any 24-hour period. So in addition to those issues, I think it is very clear that there will be pollution to the lake. There will be disturbance of the seagrasses and fish beds. And by the way, this is billed as the romp in the swamp. This is not a swamp. This is a wetland. And I would like to call to the commission's attention. I've checked with the Water Management District. There are rules and regulations about disturbing the wetlands and what activities can occur. And the city and landowners where non-allowed activities occur, pollution occurs, can be liable for damages. As well, there is a suggestion if this is privately owned land, non-submerged land, we might need to consult with DEP. Yes, there are birds on the lake and many of them are protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. A disturbance of those birds can be a taking, which can be criminally prosecuted. That is on the FWC website, and I have consulted with the Audubon Society. When motorboats go too close to where the birds are nesting, they fly away, and that is very momentary. There are significant issues of disturbance to the wildlife and as well damage to the wetlands. The wetlands are what keep your lake clean. They are a filtering process for the lake. If you want Lake Stella to remain clean, you don't damage the wetlands. So I see a lot of problems with this. And the main thing I see is that, yes, we need economic development in Crescent City, and we need to market Crescent City. In the 3 years I've been on the commission, I have appealed to different city managers to attend to the issue of marketing Crescent City. We do not advertise ourselves. The Chamber of Commerce or the Tourist Development Board in Putnam County does not really market Crescent City. We now have a new city manager. We are undergoing planning processes. It is my earnest desire that we will come together as a community and try to find some of the many activities that we can have that will attract people here, that will benefit us, but will not ruin our neighborhoods. And I would like to point out, some communities reject these races. Traverse City, Michigan, which is a wonderful tourism community, turned down these races because of disruption and because the races exclude other uses of the lake. No fishing, no kayaking, no swimming. When the boat races are there, they are exclusive. This is a particularly divisive activity. Here is a comment by a committee that was successful in bringing in the races with the American Powerboat Association. And this seems to be the attitude toward the people who live there. Quote, their biggest issue was that the races would scare off the eagles, erode the shoreline, and break the peace and tranquility on the lake, says Kitty Gray, a hair salon owner in Heber Springs, Arkansas, who was the chairwoman of the committee to bring the event to town. And then she concludes, but we got our special event permit, so they're irrelevant now. The rest of the people are irrelevant. That was the attitude of the event. I see a lot of issues here that we have yet to deal with. I see liability. And as well, I am very disturbed by the fact we are hearing this without, this is the least advertised meeting I have ever seen for a regular city commission meeting. It was on a Tuesday, not a Thursday. I did not get an advertisement for it. We got advertisements for tree board meetings and other board meetings. We did not get an advertisement for this until I brought it to the attention of Mr. Rudd on Monday. And the people that I have talked to on Grand Rondo had no idea that this was on the agenda or when the meeting was until I talked to them.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner DeVito. Commissioner West, do you have any questions? You have any questions? Commissioner Banks, do you have any comments, any questions?
I have a lot of comments, but I'm not going to spill them out tonight, but I do want to say the last one we had here, I tell you, if I wasn't on some property credit, I might have moved. Got so many complaints. And I don't want to go through that no more. I really don't want to go through it no more. Got complaints about the noise, people urinating in their yard, in their backyard, and first one thing another. It was ridiculous. So when we bring it to the vote, then that's how you see my vote. But that's my opinion about it. I know we're suffering for businesses and things to come in Crescent City so we can bring some revenue. Maybe we get a little tax relief. But I don't think that's going to be the way. I really don't. Now, Lake Crescent can bring ships out there if you want, but not in Lake Stella.
Okay. Commissioner Burton.
Well, we all talk here in Crescent City about noise. People tend to forget that Crescent City's 2 square miles. So no matter where you live in Crescent City, you have noise. And we hear noise. I'm over on North Prospect. Florida Avenue, let's say, Eucalyptus Street, North Prospect. I hear everything that goes on between Summit, Cedar, Grand Rondo, 308, Okay, I mean, the noise factor here in Crescent City, there's a lot. And this is almost every night. When I first moved here about 4 years ago, Main Street was like a Walmart with cars and parties and noise and all the activity that was happening there. I wondered why I moved here. It's like, boy, I wish somebody would have mentioned this to me. Now, thank you for our sheriff, I think, who has come in and cleaned up a lot of that, which has made this a little more peaceful in our city, but we still have occasions. And usually it's every weekend, one night, where it's extremely noisy. We also have a couple of people, and I wish the sheriff would get after them a little bit, that seem to like to race up and down a few of our streets. Grand Rondo from right here tonight, one street where they race up and down. Another street certainly is Summit. It just, we have, we're involved, I would say every weekend, but mainly when it's Bikers Week. It is loud, and it is loud not only for 4 days, it is loud for possibly 10 days, every day. Okay, if you live anywhere near Three Bananas, you are hearing bikers. And not just, these are loud, and they also have their music playing most generally. And it's constant. Wake up at 3 a.m. Things get happening here. So I mean, noise is definitely a factor, I think, all the time here in Crescent City, where I live. Now, I can't speak for everybody who might live in a corner here and there and where it's quieter. But I think, overall, I know the yacht club, they put on some pretty decent things for our community. I respect them in the sense that they'll have everything tied up the way it needs to be tied up and done right. And that's what I respect the yacht club for. So that's really what I want to say. That's all I want to say.
Let me ask you both a question with the RVs and with the, have you considered them parking somewhere else, since with that humming of those generators all night long, have you considered other parking?
Again, if I could just address,
Yeah.
technology has advanced a lot, not necessarily with two-stroke engines, but certainly with generators. Keep in mind that the people that have RVs are sleeping in those RVs. So if the generators are so loud that they're heard from blocks away, I don't know how the folks sleep in their RV. But to that point, the parking is what it is, Mayor. It's got to be close to the shoreline. Having a distance away means, again, there's no trailering these boats. They carry them to the water. That being security too. They don't want to park their RV, for example, at the Miller property, leave it all day unattended with all this expensive equipment, et cetera, and then walk the boat down to the shoreline several hundred yards away. They need parts, et cetera. So it is what it is as far as APBA goes. A couple of quick clarifications, if I may. The APBA is not moving the event from Jessup back to Crescent City. That's not going to happen. The event at now at Jessup has 300 competitors from 40 states and Canada. That's not what they're bringing back here. They're bringing back a new event, all right? All it is the APBA returning here. The other economic impact, and I'm sorry that our fire chief wasn't here, but for those that were here in 2006 may have conveniently forgot that the economic impact was that the APBA purchased the $40,000 boat, motor, and trailer that the Crescent City Fire Department currently uses to rescue us citizens out on the lake. They donated that to the city of Crescent City free.
How long do you hold the deck? How long do you hold a $40,000?
Sir? Sir,
So just clarifications of a couple of points that were brought up earlier. Thank you. We would like a vote of approval.
I have some questions, actually.
okay, Commissioner DeVito.
Okay, so you're applying for this permit, but you cannot actually tell us what the sound level of the hydro boats are.
That's correct.
Okay, can you find that information out?
I wouldn't know how. I mean, that's gonna take a sound test or an audio, what, I'm not sure what you're asking for.
Well, the
Google might help you. What is the deep?
Mr. Roddenberry.
Okay, so either you can or you can't, so you're saying you can't,
No,
okay?
we have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay, so have you checked with the DEP or the St. Johns River Water Management Agency about any restrictions on your activities in the wetlands, which are city wetlands?
No, we have not.
Okay. Have you checked with the Florida Wildlife Commission about any restrictions there may be on disturbing threatened species or migratory birds?
No, ma'am, we have not.
Okay, are you aware of how close your course race goes to a bird rookery that is during nesting season?
I know what the race course that's marked by APBA is. As far as the bird rookery, I'm, no, ma'am, I don't know distance from that. No.
Right. Well, it's that little island and it goes close enough to cause the birds to fly up. That's nesting season. I have pictures of the birds in the nest. As well, the birds feed along the shoreline where the pitch would be. Birds have to eat every day, every hour, many more times than once an hour in order to survive. And they have to feed their young. So there could be dead birds out of this because you are in their nesting and feeding area. That is a problem if they are protected species, but you don't have the decibels, which I think we need that because we do have a noise ordinance and this is a residential area.
Okay.
Does the lake belong to the city or to the county?
It's actually a variety of ownership.
It's a variety of ownership under the land and then the water, and it's just a variety of ownership as far as who
But does
actually
the
owns it.
water-
The water actually
owns
belongs
the
to
water?
the state. The water should belong to the state. The water should belong to the state, and the land underneath the water belongs to multiple owners.
6 feet.
Yeah.
We're not consuming the water. The state owns the water for consumption purposes.
The state
Bottom-
owns the
No, the
water.
state owns, the state regulates the water.
And they regulate the water.
They regulate the water.
And it's not just about consumption, it's for a lot of different reasons.
But it's not, and I would like to respond to Commissioner Burton's comment about noise, how Crescent City is noisy. I live on Main Street. Pardon?
Not as noisy as it once was, but it's
Right.
noisy.
I live on South Main Street. My husband and I have been there for many years. And yes, Crescent City is noisy, and I call the sheriff's office a lot. As well, we can hear the noise on 308. We can hear the noise on the highway. We can hear the noise of parties. We can hear the noise when somebody on Cedar Street plays loud music. And I can tell you this right now, that occasional noise, whether it's a motorcycle or a party or whatever, that we experience day to day in Crescent City bears absolutely no relationship to the sound of the power boats, the hydro boats, the little tiny boats. They sound much more like the leaf blower. And according to Mr. Roddenberry, there will be that sound Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
If I may correct that statement, and since you brought my name up.
Yeah.
It's Thursday afternoon arrivals So there will be no formal activity on the lake. This
Okay,
will
well,
be individual boats perhaps
Yeah.
that may go on the lake or not.
Right,
Friday is the same thing. There's no organized activity on the lake per
Right.
se. The race itself happens on Saturday and Sunday afternoon only. A
right,
total of approximately 11 hours,
right. Well, that's a lot of hours of.
daylight hours.
Right, that's a lot of hours of the equivalent of a leaf blower. And I don't know, busy city traffic is approximately 85 decibels. This is information that I got from an organization recognized, well, they got their information from the CDC. Noise is important, and I think we need to know how many decibels it is, because this is happening in a residential neighborhood. It is happening for how many hours did you say on Saturday?
8.
For 8 hours on Saturday.
And let me clarify again, during those 8 hours, there's actually only 4 hours of those 8 hours where heat races will be being held. So in other words, it's 15 minutes of racing per hour, then a 15-minute break, then 15 minutes more racing in that same hour, and then a 15-minute break.
So
there's
it's
just
not a
30
constant,
minutes
it's
per
not a
hour.
constant 8 hours.
Correct.
But don't they work on the motor and test them on the floor?
No,
You
you
know, most
can't run an
people
outboard
are-
motor.
Yeah, you gotta be in the water.
It's got to be in the water to run it, or you're going to have some type of irrigation to keep it cool.
Right, so what I'm saying is, even if you're not racing, you're potentially testing your motor or revving your motor, right? And we don't know what those decibels are.
I would assume so.
Yes, because I have been told by people who experienced this in the past. So if you go above a certain number of decibels, it is damaging to your health. And as well, noise is bad for the blood pressure. And we're talking about a residential area that is going to be subjected to, we don't know exactly what decibels, but in addition to generators. And yes, I have been across from the Chapters Festival, and they have had generators recently, and generators are very disturbing when they go all night. We know that from hurricanes, but it
think
concerns
it's
me
time.
greatly that he cannot answer the question. Someone with the Powerboat Association should have this information. And as well, he has not checked with environmental regulatory agencies, and the St. John's River Water Management District told me that it would be the city's liability for activities that can occur on city property.
Okay, Commissioner West, you were here as a commissioner.
I was here. The noise is pretty bad, but it's doable, all right? I live down there, okay, and it is doable, all right?
I just want to finish with this is a one weekend event. It's 11 hours, maybe a little bit more than that. I just don't think it's any worse than, you know, hey, I've been to my concerts and my Tina Turner especially.
I'm sorry, no more.
You're acting like it's never been done before.
I'm gonna ask you again, and if you're gonna continue, if you're gonna continue to speak out, I'm gonna ask you to leave the room, okay? We're discussing this right now. You've had your opportunity. I'm gonna ask you, if you speak out anymore, you will have to leave the room. Please don't make me do that. That's against my nature. I don't want to do it, but I will do it.
I was never here when the boat races took place before, so I have no clue. But I do know I've been to some pretty darn good concerts, and the decibels were pretty good, you know? You can stand it for a while, I would think, but that's just me.
Mayor, I have something to point out here. We do not know what the decibels are. We have a noise ordinance in Crescent City that does not even allow us to have someone apply for a permit to exceed that noise level for more than a 4-hour period. I am very concerned that we are not following our noise ordinances, and I think before we take action to allow this or disallow this, we need to know more specifically what kind of noise is occurring And when is it actually going to occur? Because they may need to apply for a noise permit and they will have to fit in the parameters. That's in our ordinance.
Okay.
And the ordinance is there for the protection of our citizens, for their health and well-being. It's our ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
And bring in more residents,
Uh,
'cause they want notified.
Ms. Ash, I'm gonna ask you, you're gonna have to leave. I'm sorry, you've pushed me, you're gonna have to leave. I'm sorry, I've asked you not to speak out. Ms. Ash, I'm sorry, but I warned and I warned and I warned, and I'm so sorry that I'm having to do this. But if I don't, I'll never have order, and I've got to have order in this room. This is a big decision. It's something that the commissioners, we've just got to have order in the room. So Ms. Ash, I apologize, but I need to ask you to leave. Thank you. And anybody else, the same thing, if we have any more outbursts.
And Mayor, I would like to point out, Ms. Ash is leaving, she is African American. The neighborhood that is being affected most directly is significantly African American. I just, and there've been a representative here, Ms. Ash, to speak about it. I find this very disturbing.
Okay, thank you. Would you, you can ask her if she can wait outside, just not in the room. Thank you. Okay, Commission. We've got a decision to make here. We've heard both pros and we've heard cons.
I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
Isn't there a motion?
No, we don't have a motion.
I thought I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
May I do so?
Sure.
Okay. I would like to move that we pend a decision on this issue until the applicant can give us specific information on the noise levels that are produced by boats that they would be having on the lake, and give us specific information about when the boats would be operating, both in terms of races and in terms of the boats being run outside the races. I think in all fairness, we need to make a decision with the accurate information. So my motion is that we pend it until they can get us information on the sound levels and when those sound levels will be occurring, and as well to give us time to research any legal issues that may come from use of the wetlands.
Okay.
I second.
We have a motion, and we have a second. Do we have any more discussion? With this motion, let me ask you this. If it was to come to the next meeting with this information, would that still allow them enough time?
No.
Okay, commissioners, we have a motion and a second. I'm gonna say, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay. Motion does not pass. Do we have another motion?
I move that we allow the Crescent City Yacht Club to have the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th of March, their Romp in the Swamp boat event.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. And with that, also on the yacht club, the responsibility of this.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Related to this. I saw on the permit application, it says insurance will be required at certain levels if boxes are checked. There's no box checked, so the permit, as I see it in our folder, does not require them to have any kind of insurance.
thought they,
The top of page 303, I'll check one of those. It indicates how much insurance is required.
okay,
Well, I mean, what are our levels here?
so this is something that you, this would be something.
You know, they generally carry, APBA usually carries it.
Oh, a lot of insurance, yes, sir.
So
I can check the specific limits, but in negotiating with them along with the Crescent City Yacht Club.
I think pretty typical is $1 million per claim.
And I believe it's more than that.
Yeah, I can check that box as part of the motion.
and make us, is there something that we can add in there to make us named insured also?
We will be additionally insured.
Okay,
Yes.
Okay,
And then, well, Mayor, I would just like to point out, if there are violations on the shoreline of our property that we've allowed, it's my understanding that the city is responsible, that we can't shift that liability to the Power Boat Association.
okay. Bobby, you want to
What
speak
was
to that?
the, sorry, I was making sure they were gonna sign what's on here, that they would indemnify the city, but what was that?
Right, I'm saying it's my understanding if there are environmental issues that occur on a shoreline that we own, that we can't necessarily shift that liability to the yacht club or the Power Boat Association.
I mean, I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. I mean, that's something I can look at and get back to the commission. I don't know the specifics of shoreline law. I just don't.
Well, I think that's regulatory agency law, that if we allow an activity that violates whatever regulation it is, it was my impression that we're responsible and we can't just say, well, it's on you, the permit applicant. I don't know that we have the power to do that. So we're kind of doing,
I'd like to call a point of order, please. And take it.
Do you want to?
Take a vote.
You-
I don't know what you call it. But anyway, I want to move forward here. We can discuss this all
Call
night.
question, okay,
Yeah, there you go. Call there.
okay,
Perfect.
okay, so I think that with the short line, Bobby, you'll look into that and we can work with the yacht club. Okay. Okay, we have a motion on the table for the event. And we have a second. And all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, nay.
Yeah,
nay.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you,
gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
You understand, I will say this, that a lot's on your shoulders right now. And, I know you'll be respectful of the residents. It's most important that we're respectful of the residents.
They said go to Crescent Lake.
And, so, thank you.
Thank you.
As
very
with
much.
everything
Thank
the
you for your
yacht club does,
consideration.
you'll do an outstanding job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll go all over our way to do everything we can.
I know you will. Thank you. Okay, with that, residents, thank you for coming in for your comments, both for and against. We're going to move on to the filling of the vacancy on the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Commissioner, we supplied you with a ballot. What we're gonna do is reduce this. You want to take a 5-minute?
I do. I want to take a 5-minute. I am going to recess for 5 minutes. We'll be back. open the meeting back up from a recess. Unfortunately, Commissioner Banks has had to leave. He's having, anyway, he had to leave. So,
Well, Commissioners, we provided you with a ballot for this next item of filling a vacancy. We ask that you check the next to the name if you're a nominee.
Or just one.
yes.
Check one, and then we'll take the top two. And the second ballot will be for the top two candidates.
I think we need to probably sign our names to them. But we need to sign our
Do we
names.
sign anything?
We should sign our names. to
I
them,
think
shouldn't
for the
we?
record, probably,
Yeah. Need a ballot.
I got my ballot. We sign our names.
Yes, ma'am. So what we're doing right now, residents, is we are choosing for the people that applied to be on the Planning and Zoning Commission. We have an opening at this time. Let's see where those.
Well, the top two, Miss Hardy, and then actually we had three different, Mr. Bennett and Miss Valdivia Sanchez. So you have three choices for your next round.
There.
So we will just.
We might run out of ballots.
We'll see.
We have to
You
continue.
can do a majority on this next round.
Okay,
So the options are Captain Bennett, Miss Hardy, and Miss Valdivia Sanchez.
okay. Let's write on their second ballot if you would. Here you go.
Says next again. I
Oh,
forgot.
it's Captain Bennett,
Okay,
Miss Hardy,
okay.
and Miss Valdivia Sanchez. Okay, we got, it's two from Miss Valdivia Sanchez. And then the other two each got one.
Okay.
So in the first round, we had the majority was Miss Hardy, and in the second round, the majority was Miss Valdivia Sanchez. If you want to choose between just those two.
Okay, so it's gonna be between those two.
And I've run out.
That's why I said you're gonna run out of ballots.
I've
I've got paper.
Well.
Please put final on there. For the record.
Odd number.
When we need, I know,
Odd number, yeah.
but he's.
What was that? If it comes out 2-2 again. it's like,
Well,
I guess we'll flip a coin, huh?
It's Miss Hardy.
it's hard. Okay, she got the majority.
You got
Okay,
3 votes.
so Kim Hardy. Okay,
Is she-
good deal. She was here earlier.
She was
She
here.
was here at the very beginning. So will you reach out to her
I will.
and go over that with her? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the temporary closing of Pine Street from Reed Avenue to Junction Road.
I'd like to make a motion to temporarily close Pine Street from Reed Avenue to Junction Avenue using temporary barricades.
Okay, we have a motion.
Would you like to include a time frame? 3 to 6 months or something?
Possibly a 3-month. I know you suggested a 6-month, but maybe let's look, a 3-month.
What do you think, 3 months? 3 months is fine with me.
Try 3 months is good.
Yeah,
Okay, so you,
and we'll relook at it.
okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
I,
Aye.
Are we gonna ask for any kind of public comment or anything?
Yes.
We can, I can open it up to public comment. Does anybody want to speak to this? I know we've got several residents on Pine Street. Yes, sir. Okay, come forward. Just go ahead and introduce yourself and your address. We all know you, but you're still for the record.
Yeah, my name's Skip Miller, live at 100 Lakeshore Drive, in Crescent City. I'm sure it's been discussed before, but I think the city did a very good job on Main Street of putting speed bumps that address the speeding problem. And same way in Grand Rondo, it worked to some effect. Was there ever any consideration on Pine Street putting speed bumps? It seems to me maybe penalizing people that are obeying the law in a 25-mile-an-hour speed zone, you know, by blocking that, you're penalizing them. And are you really solving the problem? Will speed bumps solve the problem? Can the city afford to put 3 speed bumps? That's all it would need is 3. There's 3 blocks between Junction Road and Lemon Street, and there's 3 stops.
God bless you.
And you might want to consider that rather than penalizing law-abiding people that still use that section of Pine Street.
Okay. We did talk about speed bumps. We did talk about it, that 4-way stop, possibly when we get the temporary ones and putting them in there.
I would like the city maybe consider,
no,
put it out to bid to put the 3 speed bumps while the temporary is there and see if that works.
I think, the 3 speed bumps, wasn't that a $9,000 bill or something?
No.
For the 3, no, not the temporaries now, I'm talking about
Oh,
actual speed bumps.
for the ones, yeah.
Because, you know, I looked up the temporary ones that they're all talking about were $1.25, that's what I say. They're cheap. And they're usually used for parking lots, just to slow vehicles down, you know, not a lot of traffic, but this is what.
That seems pretty excessive, $9,000 a speed.
This is for the real.
The big ones on
Right,
Grand Rondo.
yeah, like on Main Street
Yeah, it seemed like it was. if
and
you
Grand
did it-
Rondo, yeah.
If you did it like they were on Main and the ones.
Grand Rondo, I'm familiar with it.
That's what I think.
That
was
seems very
real.
excessive. Very
I
excessive.
think
Could the city manager put it out for bid?
he probably could.
But I think that would be a better solution rather than block a street. Maybe you can compromise, block it temporarily while.
Well, by blocking the streets, get the idea there is to change direction for some people that just seem to use it as a speedway. And so the question becomes, how many people are actually using that section of road? And if it's possible, okay, why not block it? So that people either have to turn right on Junction or left on Junction, or right or left on. Am I in the right street?
Reed, you're on Reed. It's on Reed.
Yeah, but it's Reed
It's
and.
at the 4-way stop at Reed and Pine. And so they're looking to do it from there
To Junction.
Yes.
Okay, and so it's to just make people that shoot down that road, and I guess there's quite a few of them that just run down that road going 100 miles an hour. I guess they see that it's very much fun. They go right through the stop sign at Reed. And all it is to say, hey, you gotta turn right, left, whichever way you turn.
And
Well, they'll have to go out on
Change
17 and.
But
They can go south on,
Yeah.
but they can't
Yes.
come into town on that area. We're just blocking half of the road.
Yes, and the other thing,
The whole road.
You're blocking the
Yeah.
whole
That's the-
road.
and but the other
Between
thing is
Junction
people that.
and Ridge Street.
Okay, wait a second, everybody. Let's one person at a time.
I think the people that have to get, because I know your land is a boundary on that road. If you have to get in using that road, it's a temporary thing that can be moved, can be opened, you bring in things that you need. If there's a fire over there, the trucks can come in, because everything can be moved. But it really is trying to,
So the barrier's gotta be on the south end of Pine Street at the Junction Road, is that
the
correct?
junction and another barrier at Reed.
Why a barrier? You don't have any speeding in that direction. All the speeding is
Oh, okay.
due north.
But wait a minute, I'm in my mind. I might-
Charles, do you want to speak to this?
Sure, the request was to put it completely across the road at both ends of the block. So that,
Yes.
because otherwise you'd get in and you'd get stuck, you couldn't get out the other end, you have to back out. So and the idea was a temporary structure so that we can revisit it, maybe. And partially to change people's habits, they just usually cut through there.
Change the habits at Junction,
Well, the
on the
thing
north
is.
end of Pine, south end of Pine.
But if they can just drive around the
And
Okay.
opposite lane, they'll just
see,
drive around.
Okay.
see about putting some speed bumps.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Let's hear from some people that actually live on Pine Street that has impacted by this. Would anybody from Pine Street want to speak to this?
I'm Lisa Dempsey. I live at 330 Pine Street. Truthfully, when I heard this today, I thought it was a gift from God. I've lived there 4.5 years and I've been praying the whole time. It's been getting worse and worse and worse. Now, I don't have children, but my neighbors do. And my husband has chased people that have run the stop signs. We've had races from on Oak and on Pine. They started at night, they turn their lights off and they race to see who can get to the other end first. It's a serious problem. It's also a drug route. They are bringing the drugs in this way and they don't care about children or pets. They don't care if there's someone in the road. You know, we also recently, the sheriff's department, thank God that they're here. We had a car come down on Orange Street. My husband watched this. They came on 2 wheels. Okay, they turned on Pine to go that route. One of the sheriff's deputy was chasing him. He actually was on, I saw him a few minutes after the guy went by. So this is amazing response time. The deputy's transmission went out. He had to back down. This person ended up continuing thinking he was chasing, ran into a tree. I believe he's still in the hospital. I'm not sure. But this is a drug route, okay? And a gentleman that was sitting behind me from Camellia Cottage that has lived here a very long time, he had to leave because the meeting ran late. He said, shut the road down. Take that land and give it to Mr. Miller and let him have it. This is a bad habit. These guys have gotten, girls too, have gotten away with this for a very long time and they're not going to change until we break that habit. So I say shut it down and give us our community back. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers from Pine Street?
Steve Dempsey, 330 Pine. I kind of canvassed the neighborhood today when I found out about this, and pretty much everybody was speed bumps, except for the gentleman from Camellia Cottage and myself and my wife. I would like to see this shut down permanently, to tell you the truth. Because I was speaking with a person at the corner of Reed, and I don't know the address, but it's the wife of the pastor from Hal Memorial. They've been there 3 months, they have a little girl. And while I was talking to her, right in the middle of Skip's property, right, as you could see, one of our local drug dealers, I know the vehicles, I've seen them all. They were conducting business in the middle of the property. So if it's not shut down, that's gonna continue because it's a beautiful spot to do business for them. So I think this is fantastic. 3 months, I'd like to see 6, but I'll take 3.
We'll take a look.
Thank you.
Can we have testimony from anybody not on Pine Street?
I don't live on Pine Street. I have a business. I'm Ashley Shepherd, 419 Florida Avenue. I'm also not a drug dealer. I use that route every day for work. That is part of our route for test driving cars. I completely agree that the speeding needs to be contained, the activity needs to be contained. I'm concerned that closing that road won't slow it down. It will just shift it to a different avenue to get to their route. If they're not coming in there, they're gonna come down Central Avenue and then hit Florida or Grand Rondo and continue on. We see it every day on Florida Avenue. They're doing excessive rates. We worry about our kids at the shop. We worry about our dogs at the shop. So I don't know that closing the road is the exact answer. I do think it needs to be addressed though. So I'm not for closing the road, but doing something to slow them down. Maybe a marked car, maybe more speed monitoring on the roads. I don't know if that would help, but
And this is something that we're considering just for right now, and it's more of a fix for right now while we figure out the best fix for that road. And so this would be temporary, and we've talked about those, putting the speed bumps at the stop signs, cross those stop signs, and if that would, so we're just looking at our options right now, but until we come up with an option that can take care of that, I think that's why this is being considered. So.
All right, file.
Yes, sir.
Greg Sargent, 400 Pine Street.
Mr. Sergeant, I am so glad you're coming to these meetings, and I hope I see you both here more often. I really do. Thank you. Thank you.
Honestly, I'd like to see it shut down. Less traffic in my neighborhood, the better. But I think the bigger issue is you're not solving the beginning of the problem. You're solving the middle of the problem. If it seems everyone's saying it's drugs or speeding, why don't we do something about the drugs and speeding? All right, why don't we? When we first moved in, we've been there for a month maybe, and I saw a deputy's car sitting down at the end of Pine and Junction, I think it was. I thought that was great, I don't imagine a lot of drugs and speeding was going on at the time. I don't really know, but no speeding. We always seem to be addressing the middle of the problem instead of going to the beginning of the problem. Now, maybe we can't handle fixing the beginning of the problem, but that's what I see. So, thank you.
I just want to say, I'm the one that holds up all the speed bumps and the stop signs. I'm not really for speed bumps, and I'm not really for a whole lot of stop signs. And I'm just gonna answer what you just said. The sheriff can't be, we have a lot of different spots that have problems. It's just unfortunate, so he can't be in just one spot all the time, they gotta move around, because our problems move around our city. But one thing, the way I look at it, I was talking to DOT one time, and he said, coming into Crescent City, it's 55 miles an hour. Everybody wants it to be 35 miles an hour. And they said, well, when it hits 35 miles an hour, people are going 55 miles an hour. And they are. And so he says, so if you can't enforce the speed limit, if you can't enforce the stop signs, I guess the speed bumps could hurt, you boom, 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 boom. But I want you to drive down Walnut Street. And please always take Walnut Street when you go to Winn-Dixie. Get off of 17 and consistently drive Walnut Street. How many speed bumps are on Walnut Street? That's what I'm afraid Crescent City will become, and I've said it, a city of speed bumps. And they have their place, but I think what my feeling is, it's a change of, I call it a change of direction, a change of habits. However you want to call it, I think will work much better in the long haul than the speed bumps and the stop signs. But hey, I could be wrong. But it also looks better, but it usually does the trick. Grand Rondo, for example, we talked about how it comes out under 308, opens wide open. So when you're making a right, and you're doing 60 miles an hour, it's so wide and nice, just peel into it. You just stay at 60 miles an hour. You gotta close that up, make people have to come slow down to make that right hand turn. Slow down and make the right hand turn into it, slow down and make the right hand turn out of it. It's so huge right now. It's easy. I do that on my golf cart all the time. You know, when I'm doing 30, I stay right at 30 around those corners. Just kidding, but.
Okay.
Can I,
Yes, sir.
do I gotta go back up?
Yes, sir. Yeah, this is,
How about,
sir,
we're from
you're gonna
Ohio.
have to come back up. And this is it, and then we're gonna close public comment.
We're from Ohio. The
Yes.
one thing I haven't heard mentioned so far, roundabouts.
They're expensive.
They're expensive.
We talked about that.
We talked about that in the last meeting.
And yes, roundabouts, but they are right now, and right now, this is a fix that we are trying to see what this will do.
Roundabouts are
If this
wonderful,
will
but
help,
they're
if
very
this will help
expensive.
slow down that traffic.
Right.
So,
Ohio is the roundabout capital of the world.
okay, with that, commissioners, we have a motion and we have a second, and it was to close down both lanes, my understanding, to close down both lanes,
Well, yeah, both ends.
both ingress and egress through that area. Okay.
So I have one question about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Before I have to vote on it. So I understand you talked to Mr. Miller. Have you inquired of the fire department or the sheriff's office about the effect of that?
Yes, I did. Our fire chief indicated it would not affect their operations, and Captain Esri, it was a good idea.
And the sheriff's okay?
Yes.
And they're temporary, so if they need to get through them, they can't get through them, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
So, and how are we gonna prevent people from going around them through Mr. Miller's property?
We'll have to look at the site and see how we can work with our public works director, and we'll also put a sign up that says that it's gonna happen soon, like when a new stop sign or red light goes in, you let people know
Do you want?
it's a change soon.
Okay, Captain Esri wants to speak. I
We'll
am gonna
notify
allow
him.
him to speak. He is a
Do I have to
speed
give my
expert.
name and address?
No, sir.
Okay, perfect. So, anything's worth a try. If you don't try it, I said that term earlier, don't knock it until you try it. That is exactly the route that we're having most of our problems through. They're coming through that little shortcut, and they're trying to see if who can get as fastest, who can be the fastest to get to the other side of Crescent City. I have literally witnessed, after being in some high-speed pursuits there on Main Street, that when you hit those speed bumps at 80 miles an hour, you don't even feel them.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
an eerie
it's true.
feeling, I'm telling you, when you go over those at 80 miles an hour, it's not like they're there. You would think this is fixing to tear my car all to pieces. It's literally like they're not there. I wish I could take you guys for a ride, just to show you what the higher speeds do.
I'll
It
take
makes
your
it-
word for it.
Again, it makes it beautiful for us. I am working on a couple things. I'm looking at some granting for some speed measurement devices that actually measures the speed and the vehicle counts as it goes by it. So we can see what kind of a problem that we're really having, and kind of see what times of day that we need to have enforcement out there. My men do have a handheld radar. We have actually been in some of these places that we've had these complaints and hid in the bushes to try to catch speeders. And I don't know if we're just not in the right place at the right time. I don't know, but we're just not seeing this issue. I'm also not seeing this issue by speed-related traffic crashes. I'm not seeing those either. We're trying to get to the bottom of it. I'm also looking at some maybe, I know you're not a fan of stop signs, but they do work. The problem with speed bumps is it doesn't give us a way to stop someone. If we see them coming over the speed bump and we think they're speeding, you know, we're kind of judging, if we're in front of them with a radar, we can judge it, and if we're not in the right place, then we're not gonna be able to see it, but if they're flying through there and they're running these stop signs, it's giving us a reason to stop them, so that's all on the table, and we're working on it very hard.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, commissioners, do we have any more discussion before we take this to a vote? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries. Thank you, and we'll look at that in 3 months. Okay. Our next one is to purchase of the grade scraper. I'm gonna let you go ahead.
There's a picture of it in your packet. This is to give us in-house ability to scrape, smooth out the dirt roads in the community. And not the way we do have a local with the county. County's having staffing issues and have to handle the entire county. So we're not really getting the service that we would prefer to offer our citizens. And this will give us the opportunity to do that ourselves.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I move to authorize the approval to purchase a grade scraper funded with better placed funds.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. We have any discussion? Seeing no, hearing no discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries.
Next item is the appointment of acting administrative supervisor. This is a requirement of the city charter that we designate with commission approval. And I'm recommending 41 years of service, our gas utility director, David Frank.
I move.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, David Frank it is.
The next item is the appointing of a chair for the Trees and Gardens Board. I was filling out the Tree City USA application. I realized I needed to fill in, when I discovered we didn't have a chair. And so we convened the board and asked for a volunteer, and Electra Sutton volunteered to serve in that role. And my recommendation is to appoint her as the chairman of that board.
So move.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I was thinking that we should tend this. There's also a vacancy on the Trees and Gardens Board. I think there's just 4 people. It's my understanding that Electra just volunteered to chair rather temporarily. And as well, it's a position that needs administrative skills, not necessarily knowledge of horticulture. We have some people who were not selected. Well, there's a couple things. We have some people who were not selected tonight for the Planning and Zoning Board who are pretty capable, who can do a good job at that and run a meeting. And they might be willing to put their name in for it. But basically, I think going forward, we should advertise for these things. This is the precedent that we've set. So I think we could pend it. Ms. Sutton would still be the temporary chair. She could put her name in for it, but as well, we would give others who might want to serve the opportunity.
Okay, we can definitely open it up for the vacancy, but at the same time, typically it's going to be up to the board that's going to determine who the chair is going to be and not us, correct?
No.
Is that not
It's
correct?
appointed by the commission, the position.
Okay, the position, I mean, the
Yeah.
position is, but as far as who wants to be the chair, nobody else wanted to be the chair,
Correct,
correct?
the other 3
No,
individuals.
That's volunteer.
She volunteered.
No,
Okay,
And she did her shot.
Okay. Apparently,
God bless you.
okay, the ordinance says that the city commission chooses the chair. Electra, according to the ordinance, isn't really even the chair, because the ordinance says.
Well, that's what we're doing now then, is we're selecting the chair.
Right, but I'm saying, okay, we never did it that way before. When I served on the tree board, Patrick Kennedy gave me a different set of rules, and the board selected the chair. Then I don't know where this ordinance came from, but it's the one we're working off of now. But my point being is that whether it's the chair or a board member, we have a procedure now where we let people apply for it. And so what I'm saying is we should let people apply for the position that is the chair. And Electra can do that, but I think we should do what we did for planning and zoning. We should let people apply.
Okay,
And she can still operate as a temporary chair and she can still apply to be the chair. And if nobody else applies, then we can vote her in.
okay. Commissioner Burton, you have a comment?
My only comment is that nobody stood up but her. So at this point in time, because she voluntarily stood up and said, hey, I will do this, we should give her the opportunity
Okay.
to do it until at such time the vacancy is filled. And maybe that person or the board gets back together or whatever, and they decide that, hey, they need a different person to do it.
But that's not how it works.
Well, I don't know, a lot of times it changes.
How long is this board, is the chairperson? Do we have is there a term
I
for the
don't
chair?
believe so. We're advertising the vacancy.
Okay,
So it will, again, we'll bring you a list of, if there's a list of people that want to be on the board, you'll choose them.
Okay.
We felt someone that already
Commissioner
on the board.
DeVito, wait just a moment, let him finish, please.
Felt that someone who's been on the board as opposed to a brand new person on the board
Mhm.
would chair. Now, had no one volunteered, we would have come to you to appoint someone,
Okay,
even as a temporary, until we fill that fifth seat and perhaps that person.
can we put a time limit on this? Could we say that for a year? And then see where they are at that time? Is this something that Electra would?
I don't know, but I think you should give Electra a chance. because
Oh, I
she's
agree. I agree. She did stand up and she does want to do this and
Okay, but there's-
she might decide she doesn't want to do this. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna,
I would like to explain something. If this is part of
please
the
explain it.
discussion. Okay, for one thing, we don't know when Electra's term is up. For another thing, it's not a matter, according to the ordinance, the chair is not supposed to be selected from amongst the existing members. They don't choose their membership. It is a position appointed by us. We really didn't do it correctly when the existing members were asked who wants to be chair, because it is a separate position. We select it, we should advertise it, and we do not know what Electra's, we don't know what her term is. The terms on the Trees and Gardens Board have not been figured out. So my suggestion would be that it is a little premature, that we should figure out what the terms are. They didn't meet for all of 2020. They haven't met from March 2020 until, what is this, November 20? They didn't meet from March 2020 until October 2021. You don't know whose terms expired and whose terms continuing. So to me, I think that should be figured out, and you should advertise for the right number of people. And as well, you can advertise for a chair and then we can appoint them, because this is not followed the order.
Okay, commissioners, we have a motion on the table and we have a second. And we've had discussion. So all in favor of selecting Electra as the chair of the board, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, ayes have it. Electra is now our chair. Okay, let's move on to the consideration of the planning and zoning continuing service contract. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. This is effectively to hire a contracted planner for the city. The contract is attached. The cost will be $150 per hour. We anticipate a couple hours every other week, unless there are no items to come for his consideration. Mr. Carrot has been has been a planner for about 30 years, a lot of experience, and does planning for a number of small cities in the area. So looking forward to him coming on board and handling the cases as they come in. And also his firm will provide us with a cost estimate to do update your land development code as a separate project. But this budget, we budgeted for the year, and given that our really wouldn't be starting until December, it allows us approximately $1,000 a month for planning services.
Okay. Commissioners?
And it's a real need for the city.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
They look like a great firm. But I was looking at the addendum to the contract. There's a lot of fine print in there. And first of all, I wanted to know, has our city attorney reviewed this contract at all?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Okay. So did you see the fine print? Because the parts that concern me, it seems to be, it says, there's a limitation of liability and that we actually indemnify them unless we pay an additional 5% surcharge.
Yeah, I mean, I did see that.
Pardon?
I don't know, I don't know if you're telling me this or you're asking me a question for me to
Well,
interpret. I don't.
Okay, what I'm saying is that in the fine print for the contract, it's,
Give us where you're looking at, please.
just a second, it's going to take a minute.
While you're doing that, Mr. Rudd and I had the discussion, and they are looking to make sure, they're going to study to make sure that our fees take care of.
They're gonna review our fee structure when someone makes application, for instance, if it's actually covering our expenditures. We probably haven't had an adjustment in a few years.
Okay, I got it.
What is it?
Okay, it is on page 7 of 9, numbered paragraphs 14 and 15. Apparently, let's see. I'm just asking Bobby.
Should the consultant, is that what you're talking about, or employees be found to be negligent in the performance of services?
I think that's it. I mean, that's
Number 14.
right, number 14. I don't know, I'm a little bit concerned.
It comes down here and it says additionally consultant, contract consultant's liability to 2 million by agreeing to pay consultant an additional 5% of the total fee charged for consultant services. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, and this is what I'm asking Bobby, what I seem to get out of this is that apparently they have no liability to us and we agree to indemnify them unless we pay an additional 5% surcharge. So I don't know whether that's a good idea or not. And as well, for most contractors, don't their contracts have like a public records compliance clause that say that if there's a need to produce something for a public records request, that they'll do so?
I mean, I've looked over the contract, it looked like a standard contract. If those are things that you're not comfortable with, I mean, we can go back and tell, I just.
No, I mean, I'm asking you, are those okay with you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any problem with it.
Okay.
I mean, a lot of times companies try to indemnify themselves in contracts. Usually that's what everybody tries to do. But if that's something that the commission is concerned with, then we certainly can reach out to them and see if that's something that they're willing to budge on. If they're not, then.
I'm actually okay with it. If we were a staff planner, we would be fully responsible. Yeah, so.
But yeah, it's not.
Okay, do you have any other questions, Commissioner DeVito?
Yes, should they have a public records compliance provision in there that will assist us with any, if there's a request for public records and they hold it, that they'll comply. But
I mean, honestly, if they don't comply, then there's criminal penalties because they're doing work for a public entity. Anything they did with us would be.
as long as you feel that that is okay,
Yeah.
I am fine.
And they're used to dealing with others, that says, yeah, we'll give it all to me.
But I think the penalties are on us, not on them.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they, I don't know. I mean, it seems,
So would you, do you want us, would you feel more comfortable if we were to ask them to add a clause in here that they would comply with any public records request? Can we make it that simple? Can we make it that simple? Okay. Commissioner DeVito, is that what you're asking?
Sure.
Would that make it simple enough?
Sure.
Okay, then Bobby, Mr. Mr. Rudd, before we finalize this, if we can go ahead and approve it with that language, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any other questions, Commissioner DeVito? Okay. So we've taken care of all of that. Okay, with that, we need a motion of acceptance.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Okay. I move that we accept the contract for planning and zoning continuing services with Zeb Cullen. And that we ask them to include a provision agreeing to comply with any, help us comply with any public records.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries. So approved. Okay, Charles, let's move on to the next one.
Next item is we asked us to bring back a one-year lease for Bella Title. In the packet, there is one change. It included the previous 5-year total.
The $36,000.
Yeah, that's gonna be 3A of that contract. That's been changed. 3A of the contract.
It'll just read
The only thing with this that I had a question about is
that's right.
it didn't seem to me, Bobby, and maybe I'm missing it, that we didn't have something in here where both the lessor and the lessee could agree to cancel this, should they be able to occupy that building sooner than a year. I mean, that would be to our benefit if we're able to rent that for more money.
Yeah, and it's not in there, but that's something that I can add.
Can you add that?
So it'd just be a mutual agreement to end the contract early if they had
Yes,
their building run.
with a 30-day. I think you need
We
definitely a
could
30-day.
end it with 30 by law, we could end it with written as 30 days.
Okay.
But I can include that in there.
Okay, commissioners, we have any other discussion? Okay, do we have a motion?
I so move.
Okay. Second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. No more discussion? Commissioner DeVito? You good?
Fine.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed, nay. Okay, so moved. We'll go on to the next one.
Yeah, the next item is the RFQ, the request for qualification for architectural services, to design the ambulance station. And for my request is I had recommended a budget, set a budget so that when firms are responding to the RFQ, they understand what our budget parameters are. I had put $450,000. But that number can be whatever you choose. That includes the architectural services and construction. We can tell them out the door, and they'll come back to us with a design to that, or they may say, if we're dissatisfied with the design, they say, well, you know, it may be $100,000 more, or we can't do it for that price, but this would let them know when they're sending us their qualifications, they know what range we're talking about. We're not looking for $1 million facility.
Okay. Then you've got on there 450,000, so that's something that I think the commission needs to say, is, do we want to start there? Do we want to start lower? What do we want to, what number do we want to throw out there?
And that 450 includes the architectural fees,
Okay,
design,
everything.
engineering.
Well, I have a question.
Okay.
For you, what amount did you allocate in your recommendation for the American Rescue Plan Act funds?
I don't remember having a specific amount. We talked about a number of anything from $350,000 to $500,000, but we knew that'd be a large piece.
Right, because it's 730 something.
Correct.
Right, and so we talked about using the balance that wasn't used for the fire station for a water preparation for a water project for CDBG, right? And then also for recreational use. So, and I think we guesstimated there would be about $300,000 left over. So
This figure would give us approximately $300,000 remaining.
Right, well, certainly, with your you're saying we don't know what they'll come back with. They could tell us that we can't do it for 450.
Correct. They may come back and
Or we could start it at 350 and they could come back and say they can't do it for 350, but they could do it for 450.
that's true.
Well,
And it's kind of like if I tell somebody, well, I only have $20 and they say, well, it's $19.99.
Well, I'm thinking that, but I don't know, and at some point we need to move this along, right?
Yes, and that's what we're doing tonight. So that's why we having to decide on what amount is everybody comfortable with. You know, I mean,
Is 350 too small? They wouldn't even consider it or could.
That was my concern. I
Yeah, me
think that they
too.
would not bother responding to the RFQ.
Commissioner Burton, you have any comments on it?
No,
You're okay with the 450, 450? Okay.
I think it's gonna have to be more, but,
I do too. It always does.
well, right now supplies are.
Right,
now.
Right.
But anyway, hopefully that'll go down.
Hopefully, by the time they're ready for that. Okay, so do we have any other discussion? We need a motion.
I so move.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? No more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, so moved.
The next item is consideration of proposal for services from Unicode to codification of our ordinances. We'll put them online and searchable. There's a fee, it's about a 10 to 12 month process. The cost is $10,450. And then the annual hosting would begin after we're online. So it would begin the second year, $450. So every time you pass an ordinance, we send it to them. They check it, cross-reference it, and then they include it in our body documents.
Do we have any discussion?
I recommend approval. This was budget, we put $15,000. This will come in well below that, and then they've even offered that we can pay for this over 2 budget years, so we'll see how they.
Unicode is, and a lot of, a lot of municipalities, I know Willac is in the process of doing for their codification, I believe, and then Willac is on it, so.
Mayor, if I could,
Commissioner DeVito.
I noticed it said 10,450, but somewhere in there I read that doesn't include the land development code.
No, you can add the land development
Right.
code, but our land development code is not ready for that at this point.
We're gonna overhaul it, so I thought we still have money within the budget.
I'm the one that said we should redo our land development code, so I know that, but what I'm saying is, if we're gonna do the whole thing eventually, right?
Yes.
Then it would be an additional 3,500.
Right.
And there's at least one part of our regular code that references the land development code at this point. So and then what exactly is the hosting cost? There were some extra costs.
That's because they have it online for us.
Right, I know, I use it.
And we send them, as you pass an ordinance, we send it to Unicode and they incorporate it into the.
And that's
The searchable.
$450 a year, right?
Yes.
It's $495. And then I think like if there's some additional fees. You go over a certain number of pages, but I don't think we will, right?
Correct. And there are many other services we may come back to in future years. They offer web hosting, agenda software, just a whole host of things that would tie everything together. For now, this is step one.
I see 450 for the online hosting.
It was the other firm. that
It's
was
right
495.
there.
Yeah, it's 450,
That's the other firm.
Right here.
495. Okay.
That's the
That
other-
was-
Right here it
That's
says
the other, I believe that's the other.
That's the other
There's
firm.
two companies in here
Right.
that we have. That's the other company.
Right.
Unicode right here is 450.
And Charles said he did the other company, not because he recommended them, but just for a cost comparison.
Right.
Correct?
Give you an idea, yes.
Yeah, so, well, and,
Okay,
I
so,
move that we go with, municipal code services.
we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. So moved. Okay. Masonic Lodge.
Lastly, asked us to clarify, clarification on the ownership of the Masonic building. And obviously the attorney has a report on
So I'll try to make this as quick as possible. So since the last meeting, it was brought to our attention that I guess he's a member of the Masonic Lodge, the New Moon Lodge 32, I believe is what it's called. Called into question the person that signed the deed over to the city. I met with that individual, trying to see if they would be interested in passing whatever they thought needed to be done if they would do that. I was told that there's about 5 members left, but they haven't met since about 2000 or the late 90s in that building. But the meeting that I had with him was not fruitful because he was asking for promises or encouragement from the city that they would do certain things, and I didn't feel that I had that authority to enter any type of agreement with him. So that kind of died down. At this point, and I've worked on this all the way up to the drive here, I consulted Mr. Young as well as Mr. Asbury. What we have here is somebody that's challenged the conveyance of the New Moon Lodge over to the city. So what I recommend at this point would be to get a title search to see who the title company says owns it. If we own it, then we can do whatever we want with it. If we don't own it, then the deed that was passed would be as a moot. So then we could go, if the city still wanted to do something about it, we could still foreclose on any of the code liens, and that would be the foreclosure process. Whatever the code lien would be, if it didn't sell for over that, plus our attorney's fees and everything, the city would end up as the owner. If somebody else bought it over that, then somebody else would own it. You know, I think it's my understanding that the city doesn't necessarily want it. They just want something done with it to be corrected from the current condition that it's in. There's also, we could try to do a declaratory judgment to get the court to rule that we have good title of the property. There's also the nuisance abatement action where we could go and have the court determine that it's a nuisance. We abate the nuisance, and then we put a lien on the property and the amount that it costs the city. Now, usually abating the nuisance is tearing it down. It could be just bringing it up to where it was no longer a nuisance to the city. And then when the property's sold, or what we could do is once a lien is placed on it, we could foreclose on that lien and then come ownership of it that way. I just, at this point, I'm concerned. I just don't want the city to expend any funds or anything like that until it can be clarified. Also, I know it was brought up about the opportunity that the city had for the grant. The problem that I foresee with the grant is, and I've talked to Mr. Rudd about this multiple times. We have, I think when we sign, we're saying that we own it to apply for the grant, and the grant's also at the end of the month. I think that it's just in this situation, I know that the city wants to get this taken care of, but the building sat like that ever since I can remember growing up here. My legal advice would be to slow down and let's get this worked out so there's no future problems with the ownership, and then we'll take it from there once it's determined. If I get permission from the city to go get a title search, I can request that tomorrow. And I would like for me to be able to report. I think we have a special meeting next week, if not definitely by the December meeting. So that's where I've gotten with the Masonic Lodge since the last meeting.
Okay, now, can I just ask a question? So basically, you're saying, we don't own the building. I thought we had a deed or something that was signed, correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so now what's a title search gonna do? What's that gonna do for us to guarantee that we own the building?
It's gonna determine who has good title. So if we had good title to pass, then we would be the owners of the building. If we don't, then we wouldn't own it.
When you say good titles to pass, I'm sorry, I don't understand what that all means. I mean,
Clear title.
Clear, so there's
Clear
clear
title.
chain of title.
Okay.
Otherwise, you don't have a clean title. We would not have a clean title.
Because it doesn't sound like we have a clean title right now.
We don't. That's what we're concerned about, is that we don't.
I would like to make an observation here. Well, actually, first I have a question, Robbie. So how exactly are they challenging our ownership of this?
So they're not challenging, and they also told me that they weren't looking to take any legal action. And honestly, I don't know if I've looked, I can't find them registered on Sunbiz, anything like that, as a corporation of the state of Florida or anything like that. I don't even know if they would have standing to challenge us, because it would be their burden in court to show that we didn't own it. I'm just in an abundance of caution. I don't know if they would even have standing. I don't know who the actual members are, and that's what complicates this whole issue, is figuring out who's even in it, or if they're even an organization anymore.
Okay, I have a short response for you, and this is what I told you the other day in your office. Any way you look at this, the city of Crescent City pretty much owns this building, because the liens are great enough. These people can never pay it back. The nuisance abatement, we're entitled to go to court and resolve the ownership issue in our favor, because we have the liens on the building. As well, we have the legal authority to do whatever we want with it. So the bottom line is, they probably have no standing. They're not planning to take legal action. We've taken a parent title to the building. My suggestion is that we go ahead and apply for the grant, because we have prima facie evidence of title. I think it is less than 1% chance that that title would be determined to be not good, because we can cure it. We've heard lots of people speak in favor of us preserving that building. We have the ability to apply for the grant. I don't think we're lying to say that we own the building. And I think any way you look at it, we wind up owning that building. I don't really see a risk here.
I do agree with you. There's no doubt in my mind that if the city wanted that building, that we could go get it legally. I do agree with you. With what you're saying with the code liens or the nuisance abatement, there's no doubt in my mind.
Right. So, I mean, basically, there's no one that really owns the building or has the ability to own the building besides us. We have the authority to determine what happens to it. We have prima facie title. We have the authority to determine what happens to it. If we took them to court, we have enough liens on it to actually own the building. So my suggestion would be that we stick with the plan of action, that we apply for the grant. And my guess is, if we're applying for the grant, I mean, that these people will be fine with it, and they may even help us. This is supposed to be a unifying issue for the city. I mean, who else would have the ability to convey title to the building?
Well, that's basically what they're asserting, is that the people that did give us title to the building, those two that signed it over, that they were not in fact authorized to do that. Yes, Commissioner.
They have authority.
Commissioner DeVito is assuming, okay, that first of all, we can get a grant. The second thing about this whole grant, and I brought it to the attention of our city manager, the problem here, the way I see it, this grant has some teeth in it, okay? We have to start as a city, okay, if the city gets the grant, and the city owns the property, I guess it would be up to the city to now, work through the grant, and they have 2 years to get the building set or whatever. And then we have 10 years that we have to hang on to this and do something with it. And run it. And I just don't see, I don't think it's a good thing for the city to do at this time. I think that we have too many bigger fish to fry. I believe that this is a historical type grant that we're talking about. And basically what I would like to see happen, if we own the building, I'd like the city to put it up for sale, go 30 days. If somebody buys it, like the Historical Society, then they can go out for the grant, they can own the building, and then they would have full, it'd be their building. But the city, right now, even though we get a grant, I mean, you know, we're not really equipped at this point, I don't think, to put everything together that we would need in the hurry that we would need. We have other things to do. That is just my opinion.
We have to show, my understanding, do we have to show purpose in this grant that,
We have to talk about what we're gonna do with it.
Okay.
And it has to be an African-American cultural programming
Yeah.
or facility or museum programs or something.
so, and right now we don't have that. And right now we're also being charged property tax on that, correct?
Yes, we pay almost $1,000. Because we did not own it as of January 1. We would be able to apply next year for an exemption if we had a public use, but the building currently unusable, so we'll continue to pay
Unusable. And
property taxes.
so I really think that the city, I personally think the city should sell it. And if someone buys it, then they can go ahead and take on the task of either rebuilding it or demolishing it or doing what they want to do. Or if we can't get it sold in 30 days, I think personally, we should move forward with our original plan to salvage what can be salvaged, and then demolish the building. That's
Okay, well,
where I am.
just to clarify something, the local historical society is not likely to be a buyer for this building because they're not in the market for real estate. They're in the market to run an archive, and they don't have the capital for that. So I'm just a little bit confused why Charles was applying for the grant, but now you're saying you don't think that's a good idea.
Well, the grant kind of came up the same day as
Yeah.
almost the vote, so it was something that we were like, oh, this, I mean, isn't that kind of when you found out about it, Charles? Was
Yeah,
like the day
days
or day
before the
before,
grant.
yeah.
Well, I have concerns about the grant that we then, we have to program, we have to pledge, essentially, we're gonna run something there for 10 years, related to African-American culture.
Right, I noticed that. Yeah.
And as Commissioner Bird said, it's something we'll be saddled with ongoingly. I'm curious, I have a meeting actually tomorrow with the Historical Society to look over the grant, to begin to make preparations. I have concerns of getting bids for the work within, I think it's less than 3 weeks, that's the deadline. And then if
Which work to
actually, we have to have a budget that we're gonna spend to renovate the building and some detail to that. So, you know, we can't say we want $500,000, we're gonna fix the building. So I just have concerns.
We don't have a plan.
That's the thing, it's very last minute, there's really no plan. It's like, I know Delan's applying for the same grant, a group down there, and they said, oh, we've been working on this building for 3 years. And this grant came along, we're applying, and we're ready. He questioned, this was the guy from Florida Victoria, this was a month ago, he said, I don't know how you're gonna be ready for that, for this application. It's very last minute, because we're just gonna make it up. We're gonna decide very quickly, we're gonna run a museum and somebody's gonna staff it. You know, that's my concern. It will be kind of disingenuous.
Yeah. I just think at this time, we're not ready to do anything with this building, really. Again, so I move that the city take 30 days to sell it, and if not sold, move forward to salvage what can be salvaged and then demolish it.
My question is though, if we put it up for sale and we can't, what if we don't have clean title to it? Can we put it-
Well, we
that's-
can get
yeah.
clean title first, but I
I mean,
really
I think that we have to have that before we
Yeah.
could put that, we could market it.
How about a 3-month period on sale?
How much are we talking about selling? Yeah.
I don't know what the market value, I haven't looked at any of that.
Say like an appraised value?
Yeah, there should be an appraised value on the tax, in the tax.
You know, we have options when that comes about, because we might also have somebody, an investor that would be willing to come in and fix the
Restore.
building up, restore the building, which is what we want. I mean, so I think just like over here on this property, we need to be open
Yes.
and think outside the box on that.
I would recommend that the strings, you know,
Yes.
if you don't fix it within
Certain amount of
24
time.
months, you know, it comes back to us. We don't want someone else is sitting on it and we're finding them and.
Right.
But I mean, if we wanna take 3 months to sell it, that's, I'm fine
Well,
with
I
that.
was just thinking it might take a little longer
Oh, yeah.
than 30 days.
Yeah.
Well, unless what you really want to do is just demolish it, because we had a room full of people here and we told them that we were gonna try to save the building.
This is a way to save it.
This is, we're
Well,
not,
Sell
30
some,
30-day limit on
well,
selling
3 months.
something.
Well, we do 3 months.
Well,
And if we have an incentivized price,
right, but, what I'm noticing here is the last, Charles wrote us a memo for today's meeting. And the last paragraph says that the city staff proposes to further secure the building and make modest improvements such as removing the vines from the building, clearing the trees and underbrush, and putting a tarp over the roof to prevent further damage from rain. Is that something we can still do?
I think it
yeah.
make it more
yeah,
sellable.
I think so, absolutely,
and clean it up a little bit.
absolutely.
What price would make it appealing?
Well, we have to consider the cost of restoring it's gonna be significant. So I would recommend a very low price with those strings.
50,000?
Well, again, there's gonna be a market value, and we can look that up right online, what that market value is. I just don't know right offhand what that might
Because
be.
they're gonna put a couple $100,000 in
I
restoring.
think though, I think the spirit here is that, my understanding from what I'm listening to is that we do everything we can to keep the Masonic Lodge, to
Yeah.
keep the history of the Masonic Lodge, but at the same time, entering into this grant right now, we're not ready for it. We don't have a purpose. And then for the 10 years, and there will be other grants that will be coming.
Yes.
There's other things that will be coming down the pike, I believe. So. Commissioner DeVito, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, to me, it seems like this almost is not really an item that you would put up for sale. You would almost do an RFQ. Because I don't think at this point, there's much value besides the land.
Well, but that's your opinion. I mean, for someone else that walks into the building, they might find that there's something there to salvage and keep and actually redo the building. When we walked into our house at 109 North Prospect, we weren't exactly sure what we were gonna do with that.
Okay, but was your house in as bad of shape as this?
One of them was.
building?
Yes, one of them was.
But my point being that this would be more appropriate instead of a set sale price, perhaps for an RFQ, for somebody to make us an offer.
I'd recommend an RFP if we went that way.
Yeah.
And then you could consider the proposals. Somebody offer you more.
Right.
You can choose.
Well, we'll leave Charles to make it work.
But my point is, instead of just putting it up for sale as a derelict building with a particular price tag, you could offer it as an opportunity for someone to fix it up and negotiate with.
And we've already said that we're gonna think outside the box with this, and we're not set on,
I mean, I said
we're
30
not
days.
set on
just
just
to
them
get
coming
it
in and
going.
buying it, that we
Right.
might be able to work something out with them.
That's, yeah.
Okay, we've got to do something with this now. What are we gonna, so commissioners?
Did we get a second or do we need to modify the motion?
I think we need to modify the motion.
We need to
Modify the
modify the
motion.
Okay, so what I had, the
to-
motion was, I moved the city to take 30 days, and we decided 3 months to sell the Masonic Lodge. If not sold, then we would move forward to salvage what can be salvaged and then demolish it.
A second.
Do we want to make that an RFP for 3 months? So you could consider a variety of proposals and then,
Yeah,
and then
why not?
if we didn't
Okay, so
have
how do I put that all together and help me?
Well, let me ask you this, in this motion, is it something that right now that we just need to look at because we've got some time, there's a time period that Bobby's gonna need to make sure. we have
Yes, to
clear
make
title.
sure that we have.
So we've
clear
got to
title.
have clear, so we need to
like
make
bring an
sure
RFP back to you.
you bring an RFP
Yes.
back to us. And maybe that's what it is that we direct Charles and Bobby to do the necessary legwork to bring back an RFP for us. And then at that time, we'll determine where.
And meanwhile, we'll clean it up. and make it a little more
Well, yeah.
presentable.
So I need you to fix your motion, please, before.
So moved.
Commissioner DeVito?
Don't you need a second?
Well, do you have any more comments on this?
No.
All right, second, I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
And what is the motion again?
The motion is for
For
Bobby.
the city attorney to see if we have clear title, and for the city manager to draft an RFP and bring back for your approval.
Bring back for our
That
approval.
sounds good. to me.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, so moved. Okay, Charles,
So.
I need to close this meeting out at this time. And so I'm gonna close this meeting and we're gonna open up the CRA.
This is simple, just a approval, we can have RFP, I tweaked the existing Miller property, removed, there was a building reference to demolishing a building that has since been demolished. Took all reference to that out, and we'll just bring it back for your approval. We'll send this out, and
Okay, we have any questions?
Well, I was actually going to make a motion with a slight change.
Okay.
Find the page. Was going to move that we approve the RFP as drafted, but I don't know, Charles, do you remember what I said to you today about amending it at all?
no.
I don't have your email. I think I lost a couple of pages. Essentially.
It's in the
there-
back, yeah, there it is. It's in the
No,
back.
but I'm saying I took the pages out to send Charles an email, and I think I did put the pages back. There is a section that talks about the site.
Oh, preserving the heritage of this.
Right, there's a section that describes the site. Judy, can I look at yours? Thanks, because I think I'm missing a couple of pages. Everything.
I have it.
You have it?
I have it.
Okay.
What page? Valuation. Find it. The page that describes the site, and it starts up above with regulatory something. Oh, here we go.
Fifth line.
Yeah, it's the page that says state and local agency reviews and permitting. The page is our number, so it's a little bit tough. Let's see. Land use and building permits. Charles, okay. Okay, in the first paragraph where it says environmental, after it's described as 15,000 square feet of grassed area of property at the northwest corner has historically been covered by commercial buildings. I wanted to insert in there, and as well, the site includes at least 2 heritage oak trees. And then to repeat that language, the site includes at least 2 heritage oak trees. In the last paragraph where it talks about vacant land, the property includes grassed area after that sentence. Just to add, the property includes 2 heritage, at least 2 heritage oak trees, because I didn't have to count them. So that they're aware that there are heritage oak trees, and I give them. the
Okay, he
idea
said he
that-
can add that.
Yes.
Okay, so
I
you
moved
have a motion
acceptance.
with that language?
Yes.
Okay, so we have,
Basically, that we, I moved that we approved the RFP as drafted by Charles, except in 2 locations that talk about the characteristics of the site, that we add the sentence. The site includes at least 2 heritage oak trees.
okay, we have a motion and do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay? Okay, so moved. Then we have, Charles, what we have next is we do have your, and I don't know if anybody has any questions, if you want to go ahead and speak to your turn, Charles.
Okay, reconvening commission. I just wanted to mention, You have my report in there. We've restarted all our employee things. I want to remind you of the Thanksgiving luncheon we'll be having Wednesday before Thanksgiving. So that's for yourselves and employees. The Christmas party is for you and each of you and the guests, as well as employees and guests. I also want to mention that I received a letter from the University of Florida telling us that we have grown in population since the 2020 census by 8 people. So the city is getting bigger. It's growing already.
We'll take it, we'll take it.
Our total is 1662 is our new population. That probably doesn't count me, so it's 1663, 64.
Right.
We're growing, continue to grow. That was the only thing I wanted to point out on the, and I also want to pass out for tomorrow's strategic planning. I've got some materials for you. It's a workshop, so we'll time in the meeting to talk about our goals. There is a summary of the comprehensive plan online survey. First, I have the raw data. You want to see that it's a huge document. 80 responses, which in their experience was really almost unprecedented. Only one for Commissioner Banks.
Do I get one?
Yes. Here's this. And then next is the
Yeah, we can get that to him.
this is from Mr. Forbes, the senior advisor. This was a summary of the workshop
Oh.
we had in here last week. Some of those comments.
And when will we get something, whether we have the regional planning folks here and we wrote things on boards?
Well, that's the summary. Well, that's from the online and probably from those boards as well.
Okay, so that includes.
Yes, that's the total input, the summary of the public input for the comp plan.
Okay, so both in person and. online.
Yes.
Okay.
And then in December, you're actually gonna get a draft of the comp plan. And this last one is actually a strategic plan, some goal recommendations based on the input that you can use or throw out, rewrite, give you an idea that we'll do each of the 4 areas will have a couple, 2 goals, and then under each goal will be 2 objectives. There'll be the objectives are something we can accomplish in the next 5 years. So that'll be tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We'll have a couple hours. Talk about this, try to come out of that meeting, so I can come to you in December with goals to adopt as a 5-year. And again, this isn't something that's set in stone. This will be, we'll look at it every 6 months or a year, certainly every year, budget time. Are we approving a budget that facilitates these objectives? That's all I have.
Okay. Mr. Pickens, do you have anything?
Yeah, so
I have some questions for Charles.
Okay,
I know it's late, but.
no,
that's the
go
agenda.
ahead. No, go ahead. I didn't know you had questions.
Okay, Charles, I am concerned that there are grants that are coming available that we are not even getting notice of. There was a rural development grant that I got an email about. I can't find it now, but I think it didn't even require match. And it was for community projects. I would like to get some clarification on what grants exactly Fred Fox does for us, because he told me that we missed a grant back in the summer that was pretty much free money, and Fred said we missed the deadline and we didn't have time. That was, you had just come on board. But I don't know what exact grants Fred does. Is it only CDBG?
I wrote to him and I have a response. While we specialize in small city CDBG and FERDAP recreation grants, we can complete competitive applications for many other types of grant programs. We recently completed application cycles for CDBG disaster recovery and CDBG MIT infrastructure grant programs. I contacted the city managers for Crescent City at the time, and he did not feel the city had a project that would qualify for either program. If you have a project you would like us to explore possible funding sources for, or if you or one of your council people want us to look at a specific program, please let me know. I'd be happy to investigate the program for the city. So,
Does it have to be Fred? Can someone else bring a grant in for
Sure.
the city?
sure, Fred.
Okay.
Fred's the only one I know. We could certainly,
No, I'm just curious.
yeah,
I always
there's-
hear Fred's name.
yeah, there may be competing firms. Fred's the one that does it, only gets paid if he gets the grant, so that, I think that
That's why he's more attractive, because
I think
it's
there's a lot,
contingent
we're
on.
getting a lot of emails now about grants. And as well, I brought this up before you came in the budget process, that the League of Cities offers a service.
Yes.
There's a whole database of grants that you can research yourself, or any volunteer could research, any community group in town can research it. But if you pay a fee of $2,000, you can actually get actual grant assistance and writing grants for a very reduced cost from whoever it is that the League of Cities is contracted with. And with as many needs as we have around here, it is making me feel very nervous that in this time of federal money, there are grants going by. And if we put a little thought to it, I'm sure that we could come up with some projects. But we're somehow we are missing things, which is, you know, a little upsetting. The other thing is, I'm not sure how this happened, but no, there was something in our packet a while back about a new nonprofit group. Some of the people with the yacht club here are part of this nonprofit group. And they gave their address as City Hall with the state of Florida on their incorporation papers.
this is the first I've heard of that.
No, I talked about it.
They talked to me about that. They made a mistake and they have since corrected that.
Well,
They
it's
corrected
not,
that with the IRS and.
Is that the one that was going to,
Yes,
was
they were
hoping to
still
do that?
hoping to do that
Okay.
this year.
well, that's the Crescent City Volunteers, but I checked it. It's Cheryl Dayton, Cheryl Snyder, and Lisa Roddenberry. If you look on Sunbiz, there's no change to their address. It's still, I mean, are we receiving mail for them?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah,
Because their
I was
articles
gonna
of
say that
incorporation
was
list 3
changed.
Summit Street as their place of business.
Yeah, no,
And their
and that was a mistake. That was an honest mistake. And I believe that has been corrected, but I'll bring that up to Cheryl again. I mean, Cheryl brought it up to me and said,
Right, but did
are we
someone,
getting mail in the city, in City Hall? And I said, I haven't seen any. You know, and that's about the way I answered her, but yeah, I'll talk to her again, see what's going on.
Okay.
Honest mistake.
just wanna know. All right.
I did forget one item I'm gonna bring back to you. When I discovered we were paying property taxes for the Masonic Lodge, we're also paying $5 and change property taxes for the bottom of Lake Stella, which apparently used to be owned by the JCs. It's still listed as JCs, and so I asked Bobby to go through the process of turning that over to us, and then we'll have an exempt purpose for that.
Yeah.
I'll save that $5.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a big square off the shoreline, out in the bottom of the lake. Crescent City JC. We've been paying it for
Take care
years.
of the docks, the beach.
I think one of our docks does go into it. Maybe that's why.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito, did you have anything more, Charles?
No, not at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Pickens, do you have anything to report?
I just have 2 things. The one thing at I think it was the last meeting about the foreclosures. We're gonna set up a meeting with Charles I believe next Wednesday. So the December meeting will have a report
Okay.
on if we think legally we should pursue any foreclosures on code enforcement liens. And then another thing is, I think it'll help the meetings move quicker. When you look through your packet, if you have a question, if you could either call me or email me. I know that our contract calls that we charge by the hour, but I'm also the one that controls that. So I'd rather be better prepared in the meetings and help them move faster than, so I'm the one that controls that billing. So just reach out if you have a question, and then I can help you, and then if it's something that I need time to look at, then I'll be prepared at the meeting to answer the question. That's all I have.
Okay, I think that's very fair to ask of all of us, don't you? So do you have any questions? Okay, with that, so I'm gonna go through the commissioners. Did you have something for Bobby?
I do have a question, Bobby. 2 meetings ago, and last meeting, you said you would. I inquired about whether our development ordinances, and specifically the PUD ordinance for the RV park, whether those requirements are being followed. We had an inquiry from a resident at an open meeting, and I got a call from a resident who lives on South Prospect Street, who was still asking about that, and you said you would tell us what the procedure is and what we were supposed to do if it's not being followed.
So the short answer is no, they are not being followed. And we have reached out to, I know I spoke with Mr. Kennedy, and then there was an email that I was copied on that laid out for Mr. Rudd everything that they were not following. I believe you might have talked to him since then. I believe they're gonna try to come into compliance by December.
That's been the final site plan for our December planning and zoning meeting is the estimate. They've finished the geological borings, the surveying and so forth, and he feels like that they may have the final site plan to us for approval in December.
And they're not burning out there.
They stopped burning, they're now removing the debris from the site.
Yeah, because I didn't even get a chance to call about that. There was blue smoke out there. That's tires, right?
There was a couple months ago, they had an earlier contractor that they fired as a result of
No,
that.
this was within 2 weeks.
I haven't smelled any. I mean, you would smell that too if it was,
No,
especially where I live.
I saw clear blue smoke. I wasn't in a position to call. But anyway,
But yeah, so they have been notified that they're out of compliance, and they needed to come into compliance as soon as possible.
okay. All right, that's what I wanted to know about that.
So it'll be at the December meeting. It'll be on the December agenda.
Potentially,
We're planning and zoning.
we're planning and zoning, yeah, that's where it comes, and we're gonna probably move that date because our planner can't make that second Tuesday or third Tuesday, whatever it is, so
You're adjusting the, for those days.
it may
Okay.
actually fall earlier in the month.
Actually, Mayor, I do have a question for the city manager that came from a constituent.
Okay.
It's important, a resident of Hunter Lane, which is a very small street. And I wrote this to Public Works, but I didn't get a response. There's an elderly resident on Hunter Lane. She said that the city removed rock between her street and the driveway that she paid for and put in.
I remember that was a few months ago.
Yes.
We did go out there and take a look at it, had our code officer take pictures. Couldn't tell what she was talking about, and we're sure what the rocks were she was referring to, and we had no recollection of removing rocks from someone's driveway.
Did you send it to Charles or did you send it to Public Works? Because it should have gone.
You sent it to
Charles.
me.
Okay, you sent it
Yeah,
to
I
him.
received it.
Well, I know, I think I put it on Public Works and I talked to Charles about it. So where she says her driveway is washing out, and she attributes it to the city moving the rock from her location to some other location.
Yeah, we're not sure what happened out there. Maybe we didn't move the rocks, and maybe someone else took the rocks for their driveway. We don't know. I couldn't tell what the washout. I didn't see a washout. I had Pam go out and take pictures. But I didn't.
Okay, well, maybe I should have her get directly in touch with you. I mean, did y'all?
She could. I went out there initially. I wasn't comfortable driving to dirt road that disappears into the forest.
Sure.
And I don't have a marked vehicle, so I didn't realize Pam's truck wasn't marked either. But she went out there and took some pictures in her truck and couldn't figure out what the request was
It's
about.
probably best to put her in contact with Charles and he can work with Keith.
Yeah.
Because if anybody would know, Keith would know and he could take him out there.
We'll go out there in his truck.
Well, I will suggest that she get in touch with you and come in here.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have anything else?
not for Charles.
Okay, who do you have something for?
For the order. Yes, I think Bobby's point is well taken about just in general, all of us making the meetings a little tighter. And I've asked Charles if he could possibly consider, or maybe the mayor, consider how much time we expect every agenda item to take, and certainly making people who present to us be aware that they should use a certain amount of time. I don't want to name any names, but there were some presentations at the prior meeting in October that I thought were a little lengthy, and that if we gave people an amount of time that we, suggested they follow, that might help us move things along.
Well, Commissioner DeVito, I will have to tell you, I was advised today that possibly I should limit our commissioners' time and follow Robert's rules, or I should set time, and I have not done that because I have tried really hard to give everybody and be fair to everyone, give them the opportunity. This is our only place to speak, but that did come to me today that quite possibly I should put at least a 3 to 5 minute timeline on each commissioner in their discussions. So, I mean, it kind of can go both ways.
Okay, well, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be, as efficient as possible in what we say. This was a very contentious meeting. But in general, we have people, I think we should hopefully give them an expectation of how long they should take on the agenda. And as well, the better vetted the issues are this is my request, I'm sorry. For example, with Inspired Technologies, they made a report today, and as well, the Yacht Club gave a PowerPoint. I think it would help a lot if, and I've said this before Charles came or before you came on board or whatever, if someone has materials that they're going to present, I think it is courteous and reasonable to ask that they submit them to us ahead of time so we can review them. And that might help cut down on our questions. Because sometimes we're just a little, we're at a disadvantage. They know what they're going to say. We're not really prepared to ask them questions. And sometimes the subjects are very complex. So I think the more that presenters are asked to give us their information ahead of time, the better off we'll be.
Okay.
Got it.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anything else?
No, we're gonna be back tomorrow.
But that's on strategic, and we need to keep it to strategic tomorrow. So is there anything more that you need for this evening?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to
Because
say,
tomorrow I want it to be more streamlined and not take the whole evening, so.
okay, well, I didn't set the agenda.
No, I know, I'm just saying that tomorrow evening, so tomorrow afternoon, so if there's anything more, I would
Yes.
really like to keep it to strategic planning tomorrow.
Okay, yes, I would like to say that I would like to be excused from the special meeting that is set for November 18th,
17th.
November 17th. Yes, I'm
Okay.
scheduled for biopsy for the
Absolutely.
17th, and then I have a follow-up appointment on the 19th. And it's gonna be done out of town, so I will not be here for that meeting.
Absolutely. I think that'll be fun. I mean, that's,
Yeah, the information is gonna go out Thursday morning. I think.
okay,
Yeah.
Thursday morning. And that's gonna be a very quick,
That's a one-item agenda.
yeah, it's a one item agenda meeting.
Well, and that was my other request, or as far as I know, my appointment was set a long time in advance,
That's fine.
so it would be.
And this was something I believe that the
Difficult to
auditors
change
bring
it.
it to our attention that this is,
Actually, a Clarion.
the Clarion did, okay, Clarion brought it
Close
to our
out.
attention that we need to do this.
Yes.
That they're trying, everybody's trying to keep us to, follow the rules, and so that's what we're doing. Okay, so Commissioner West.
I'm done.
Okay, you're done. Okay, Commissioner Burton. I'm good. Okay, I'm gonna say that when we end these meetings, it seems like every time we come in here, it's all about everything we're not doing right. And I want each of us at the end of this meeting to say something that they have found us doing right. And let's leave on a very positive note, because there's a lot of good things going on in the city right now. And we've made a lot of strides, and we are, I feel like we're making progress, and it takes time, it takes determination. And we've all sat through these meetings. They've been very long meetings, but they've been very necessary meetings. And I just like the fact that we're making progress.
We had a great trunk or treat.
And we had
We
a
had a dozen and a half people sign up for our downtown partnership.
yes.
And some preliminary peek of last year's summary of the budget, we had a surplus in the general fund. So I'll bring that detail to you. That was just thrilling to get that.
That's good for all of us. That's good for all.
Even with all the new expenditures, we had a surplus.
And also, I want to thank Charles, because he himself has been out in the medians over the weekend. And he has personally been out there working, and the medians are looking so much nicer. And thank you for your hard effort out there.
Are you weeding?
He's weeding.
Well, my wife's out of town. It keeps me out of trouble.
So that'll all stop.
When
She
she's
comes
back in town,
back.
it's,
She comes back this
we'll be
weekend,
doing
so,
stuff together on the
so
weekend.
that will all stop. So anyway, with that, do you have anything, Commissioner West, that you've just?
Not even positive.
Not even positive. Commissioner Burton, what do you see?
I have
Positive.
already given Charles the positive that he needs,
Okay.
because he told me I was so negative. So anyway, but the triangle, finally. okay,
Home and.
Palm and-
Yes.
and Prospect.
And it looks so nice.
Finally, okay, got cleaned up. It
And
looks very
Trish
nice.
Hart
Good job.
said that when she looks out there, she said it is just, they were like, wow, it looks great.
I mean, it just
So,
totally makes the whole.
makes
area
a
look
big
so
difference,
different.
makes a big difference. Commissioner DeVito, what do you see positive?
Well, thank you for reminding me. Charles, listen up, because this is about you. I don't know if I did today. I wanted to thank Charles for the amount of work that he is moving through the commission. It's a tremendous amount of work. He runs a great meeting. I agree. I thought there was a lot of energy that came out of the downtown partnership. And I think that on the whole, a positive thing is about the commission itself, that I think we're working in a more collegial manner. And I think we're trying to help each other move the business of the commission through, which is very positive and is helping us get things accomplished.
Can I back up?
Yes, ma'am.
Charles, I think you're doing a great job.
Well, I tried telling that, and he was chit-chatting.
Well,
appreciate it.
I think the purpose of this was not that. I
It was not
appreciate
that. It
But
was,
as a
but at
community,
the same time, it's good to have some accolades right now.
changing the
So with
conversation.
that, I do need a motion to adjourn, and that will be the most positive thing we're gonna do at this moment.
I'll make
So
that motion.
a motion, and we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 The
Motion
next-
adjourned.
The next positive thing is to close
10:50.
off that road, Pine Street.
Yeah.
I hope you're gonna see a difference.
Gee, I'm gonna-